Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Well, let me just take care of some business here. All right, folks. Yes, again, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Let's get myself together here. I'm a little bit under the weather, but I have to keep my appointment with you. So it's just that simple. Hope all is well for all of you. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan with your host, yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. Yes, Stella Great. Tell them, share up the live. Share up the live. Foundation update. We have a lot of things to talk about today, and I don't want to run this program into like a marathon session. So let's get going. As you are aware, the IRS approved the tax-exempt status of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. However, folks, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this, we cannot start without a bank account. And the bank's due diligence has resulted in a delay. The branch manager assured me that the delay is not really a delay. Instead, it's a protocol. And it's familiar to a lot of you. And it's called KYC. West Palm Beach, big up yourself. KYC, know your customer. And when I asked why it was taking this long to approve the account, the branch manager informed me that it was recently, this KYC business was recently instituted for non-profit organizations, primarily because over the past several years, individuals have used non-profit organizations to commit money laundering and other types of financial crimes. So I've been to the bank twice this week to provide more information because they're asking for life story. So I provided them the information about the mandate and also the funding source. Where is the funding coming from? And also how the money will be used, where it will be used, for what purposes, and so on and so forth. But given the process and where we are, I believe that in about 10 days or so, we should be operational. However, don't hold me to it because I have no control over the approval process. In the meantime, I continue to ask for your patience as we move forward with this worthy cause. Just remember this: the wait may be long, but it won't be forever. Bless up, bless up, bless up everybody in the chat, on time, online. Yes, indeed. It is worth repeating that the foundation will not be involved in issues between individuals. I said that last week. I said it on several occasions, but it's worth repeating that if you have a fight with a neighbor, the foundation cannot get involved. unless the police got involved and you felt that your rights were violated, and that's something completely different. Instead, the foundation is for the express and sole purpose of holding the governments, and when I say governments accountable, I'm talking about the PLP, PNP, JLP, or any third party government. It doesn't matter. And in holding governments accountable to the people of Jamaica, the foundation will initiate lawsuits, conduct a relentless and effective public relations campaign, and conduct inquiries on politicians and civil servants suspected of unexplained wealth. And as we talk about unexplained wealth, it's interesting because the Integrity Commission, they're having, there's a brouhaha going on about the 6 names and I think 25 civil servants involved in unexplained wealth. And the reports have been submitted to Parliament, but they haven't been tabled because they're still I believe they're in a committee, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Ms. Dalrymple, she's decided not to move forward with anything right now. I've been told that the 6 individuals were notified by the Integrity Commission that they're under investigation, which is a requirement. So it's not as if people don't know. People know about these 6. I know the 6 names, right? But I have to defer to the process and the powers that be, the Integrity Commission, the Parliament. But don't be misled that nobody knows these names. People have seen the list. And as I've said many times, if you want something to be a secret, or something is only a secret if only one person knows about it. If 2 people know about it, 2 or more, then it cannot be a secret. Cannot. So that's where we are. Now, when I mentioned that the foundation intends to conduct inquiries on politicians and civil servants suspected of unexplained wealth, it's interesting because I don't think that the Integrity Commission, that they did a global investigation on these politicians. Yes, Angela, tell them to like and share. Yes, indeed. The Integrity Commission didn't conduct a global search. I don't think they have the wherewithal, they have the resources, and I won't even comment on their qualifications to do a global search, but we can. I have a team here in the diaspora that we've done it before, and we can do it. So what we'd like to do is supplement what they're doing. So all of the politicians who have assets overseas, and it doesn't matter where, it's just outside Jamaica, we have the ability to track and trace, to locate funds, locate records. So at some point in time, we will provide whatever we found overseas. And I can assure you, we will find something overseas. Actually, some things overseas. Some of the things we know already. So, and I'm sure now some of the politicians are quaking in their boots because they know what they've done. They know what they have overseas. They know where it is. Excuse me. And like I said, it's no secret. It's no secret. A lot of these are public records. It's just that they just don't know how to go about obtaining the public records. But Nareen, big up yourself. But we will get that information once we start operating, and that's going to be a thorn in their flesh. Like, share, and subscribe. Let me say many thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please continue to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. And if you can, please take the time to do so now. I know you could be anywhere else. There is the World Championships going on, and it's a beautiful day outside and all over the U.S. And I I said, I call you this morning to get some information from your brother. I wasn't able to get through to you, but I see you up online. Oh, turn up the microphone. Okay, hold on a second. I might have to put this thing on. Oops. On my sound. Talk to me, my people. Talk to me. Can't hear from one. On my sound. Oh, the microphone check. Oh, loud. Ah, good. Perfect. All right. So, like, share, and subscribe. We have to get the message out and we have to big up the thing. Technology issues. Ah, good. Thanks, Angela. We've talked about many times about the technical issues that this program has experienced since we began almost 10 months ago. And last week, I had to request my internet service provider to monitor the program while we were live. And they're doing it today because I found out that my signal was being sent to Belgium and then forwarded to New York when it should have gone directly to New York. Well, I won't say anything more on that, except for the video being blurry in the beginning of last week's program. Everything worked as it should. But my Saturday night radio program, Relax with the Rebel, was affected by a technical issue that had nothing to do with the radio station. As those of you who listened remembered, I was playing reality reggae, reggae with a conscious vibe, reggae reflecting on government and how people were being treated, and also reflecting on how we treat each other. And I got to this one song, must you know this song? Blood Money by Protege. Them say enough drugs money up at Cherry Garden, yeah. Immediately, my signal dropped. First time. And never came back. Never came back. The radio station assured me that my ISP was the source of the problem. Oh, Lady Jen, just go to Reggae Global Radio. The same, if you find the link, well, actually, you can Google it, and it's there from midnight to 2. And on Tuesday, still talking about the technology or the technical difficulties, I did a special program with Stephanie Marley to talk about a possible collaboration between the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and the Marley's foundation called Ghetto Youths Foundation. It was an outstanding program, great program, and we have pledged to collaborate for the benefit of the needy and the marginalized, particularly those in the inner city communities. But unfortunately, towards the end of the program, my audio went dead. So, with your patience, we will continue to work through and resolve these technical issues because we not give up. No matter what them do, no matter what them try, we just are going to pursue relentlessly. Presentation. Today, we will have a special presentation by Professor John Lennon regarding the untold story of bauxite in Jamaica. Lots of you mentioned that to me over the past several weeks about what are we doing in terms of doing an expose on bauxite, because you've read, you've heard, or in some instances you've experienced the effects of bauxite in Jamaica. And one of the things we talk about a lot on this platform is the bauxite levy. Who's paying, who's not paying, and what the government is saying and what the government is not doing. Yeah, the more tired for some face. Yeah, Mr. Bram Bram. Bram Bram! Yes, Natalie. Audrey. Yeah, Peter Brown, Al Balmer and St. Pat. Yeah, a firehouse man that. Yeah, Balmer G Primary and St. Patrick's. Yeah. I believe that when John is finished today, and affectionately we call him John around here. I believe that when he's finished, we will have full understanding of how our governments, plural, past and present, particularly this government, have mishandled our precious resource. And of course, we will be joined by our intelligence analyst and commentator, Herb Nelson. I don't see him here yet. Herb, if you're listening to me, feel free, join me anytime. I want to say big up to all of our prior guests, including Professor Canute Thompson, who joined us last week. Really nice program. But unfortunately, he had to leave a bit early due to he had a prior matter he had to attend to. But we hope to have him back real soon. Always a wealth of knowledge. He always makes us smarter by his presence. Issues. Last week I did a presentation, and remind me folks that I have to turn the phone on real soon. But last week I did a presentation on the issues surrounding Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, and I urge all of you who didn't watch it to go and view the program on YouTube. And those of you who did, encourage others, your neighbors, your friends, everybody, to go and watch the program. I believe, based on the comments, that it was quite comprehensive, in that I tracked the issue based on the minister's spoken and written words, documents from Fin partners, documents from the U.S. government, and documents from the Jamaican government. Karen, big up yourself. First time. Hope to see you every week. Catherine, Cedric, Ingrid, can't keep a good man down, for sure. But I did all of that. Again, the minister's spoken words. Remember, we played a video where she did an interview with TVJ, and we used her own words. And then we had documents from Fin partners. We had documents from the U.S. government. We had documents from the Jamaican government. And we also had the minister's signed, sworn affidavit, where she signed under the penalty of perjury that all these things I'm saying, they're true. And I think we were able to prove that that wasn't the case. But guess what? Since last week, I have received more documents from the Jamaican government. Received one yesterday, indicating that the minister's affidavit and her words, they grossly misinterpreted the truth. Grossly. Another update is that I submitted a request, and I don't have it here with me today, but I'll bring it maybe next week. I submitted a request to the U.S. Department of Justice, requesting it to take a close look at Fin partners, their submissions, because they provided contradictory information. And even though they made amendments, but if you look at the timing, and if you look at the disparity between what was said initially and what was said when they did the correction, world of difference. I haven't received a response yet from the Department of Justice. And you know me, I'm persistent, very persistent. And so I will conduct a follow-up sometime next week. So stay tuned for that. Now, do you remember the outpouring of support Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith? And by the way, let me just stop right here soon and just make a, how much documenting? Every week me get document. Lady General, yeah, I have something I have to drink for my voice, you know? Yeah, some Catherine, some CMOS, yeah. Good advice. But when you get a when you discover that a politician is violating the law, skirting the rules, conducting corruption, doing all of these things, it is our obligation, indeed, it is our duty to bring this to the fore. Because if we don't, if we give them a blight, then we can't complain. If we say, okay, all right, this is a small thing, so let's just, let it make a 1 year go. You cannot engage in the anti-corruption effort and do that. When you hold somebody doing something that they shouldn't be doing, when I say somebody, I'm talking about public servants and politicians, civil servants. You have to make an object lesson out of them. You have to. Exactly, Maria. Everyone must come under the law. Right? We said there's only one set of laws, and it's for everyone. Well, then when you grab on somebody, you cannot just do a 9-day one and forget about them. You have to stay on them. And that's why we keep calling for her to resign. She's in New York. It's my understanding she's in New York as we speak. Patricia, you want to get on the wrong side. I'm a nice guy, trust me. But it's just that it's hard for me to look at wrongdoing and just turn a blind eye. That's just not my nature. And I'm not going to start now. But anyway, you remember the outpouring of support that she received from the government and the private sector when she decided to run for the Secretary General position. All right, you remember. If you don't remember, just take a look at this.
Welcome back to Primetime News, and a special welcome once again to our viewers on onespotmedia.com. Up first this evening, as the election for the post of Commonwealth Secretary General nears, Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith has responded to calls for her to withdraw her challenge. Now, she's made it clear that she is going all the way. We caught up with Senator Johnson-Smith today ahead of her departure for Africa.
The latest support has come from the Republic of Singapore. The Singaporean government says in a diplomatic note, quote, "With Minister Johnson-Smith's strong credentials and leadership experience, she is well placed to lead the Commonwealth to greater heights." It's been a little over a month since Minister Johnson-Smith announced her bid to challenge Baroness Patricia Scotland for the post of Secretary General. The views on her announcement have been mixed. But Baroness Patricia Scotland quickly shot back in a video, essentially asking Senator Smith to back down.
I would be incredibly pleased, as you can imagine, if Senator Kamina Johnson thought again and felt maybe that this wasn't the appropriate time to challenge a fellow Commonwealth Caribbean for this post. You'll know that I've done 6 years of my 8-year term. Africa anticipates that they will have an opportunity to put forward an African Secretary General in 2024, when I complete my second term. And at the moment, of course, in accordance with tradition, there is no vacancy.
Today we sought a response from Senator Smith.
Your call for Baroness for you to withdraw your candidacy?
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
Thank you.
In the meantime, at a diaspora conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs today, more support locally for Senator Smith.
As we mark our 60th year, look out for our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to the Commonwealth.
Senator Smith left for Africa today.
I think it's a big compliment to Jamaica for any Jamaican in the world to fill that post. And I know, Senator, if you are selected, you're going to do a fantastic job. I know that for a fact.
A decision on the appointment of a Secretary General is to be made during the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to take place from June 20 to 25 in Rwanda. Kirk Wright, TVJ News.
Welcome back to Primetime News, and a special welcome once again to our viewers.
Okay, now, you see all of the support that she received. It is interesting that since I began to publicly talk about her failure to account for the gift of services she received, followed by the lawsuit, no one has come to her defense. Not the private sector, not civil society, not the government, including the Prime Minister, no one. You saw how much support she received, right? Ask yourself why. Why is it that nobody's coming out to say, this guy Rattigan is a liar and he's damaging the impeccable reputation of our distinguished public servant? How come nobody's saying that? Just remember this: it is foolhardy to defend the indefensible. When you can't defend an action, you just have to wave the white flag, surrender. There's nothing you can do. How are they going to defend her? They promoted her, but they won't defend her. Right? They promoted her, but they won't defend her. Because also, to do so, to start defending her, that might open up a can of worms for everyone involved. Because guess what? I suspect that this is not the first time government officials receive gifts and they did not account for those gifts. As they are required to do by law, they're required to account for those gifts. It's not the first time. I don't believe it's the first time. But nobody can come out and people make all kinds of personal, derogatory remarks about me, and I'm fine. And we get to that in a second. But no one has come out openly, publicly, soundly, strongly to say, Mr. Rattigan, what you're saying is completely false. No one. The closest we got to that was when the lawsuit was filed. The minister in a I think it was an interview, but she made some remarks and she said that the lawsuit that she saw online, it was baseless, it was untrue, and it was defamatory. That's the only she tried to defend herself. Nobody's defending her. Because you know why? They know I am right. They know. And these people, they're not stupid. They are deathly afraid of coming out in public to defend the indefensible against somebody like me. They will not do it. Anyway, last week I also mentioned the lack of leadership and poor to no policing strategies and tactics exhibited by the police commissioner, Anthony Anderson. And week after week, he continues to bear out my pronouncements as excellent analysis of his poor performance. Some people have said to me, Ratty, if you did stay a day longer in your mother's womb, you'd have be a prophet. Well, I won't go that far. What I can tell you is that it doesn't take much to just look at what the police commissioner, the high command, what they've done, what they haven't done, and come to an easy conclusion that they have no idea how to fight crime in Jamaica. They don't. Now, maybe things will turn around before the end of the year for them. Because if you remember, and it's a constant refrain. It's something that they do every year. At the beginning of the year, from the beginning to about the middle of the year, they'll say, oh, the murder rate is down, blah, 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 blah. It's down 2%, it's down this, it's down that. Giving a sense as if that it's done because of what they have done. And what has happened subsequently? What has happened subsequent to their pronouncements? Murder rate went up. And that's what we're seeing now. And they have no clue. And you don't hear from them. You don't see the police commissioner. He's supposed to be visible. He's supposed to be out there comforting. He's supposed to be out there explaining. He's supposed to be out there fighting crime. When I say out there, I don't mean on the front lines, but he's supposed to be visible, telling you what his plans are and telling you how he plans to include you in his strategy, because you cannot fight crime without the participation of citizens. Will never happen. To borrow a phrase from Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, that will never happen. You cannot fight crime without the participation of citizens. So he should be out there telling you how he's including you in his strategies, in his plans, in his tactics to help address the crime monster in Jamaica. Right? But he's not doing that. And by the way, people, there's somebody in the chat by the name of Everton Jarrett. Please don't respond to him. And I'll get to him in a second. And I don't even know if it's a him or a her, because, you know, people can hide behind names and all these things. But don't, please leave the person alone. And I'll tell you why. Now, on another story, some of you asked for a copy of my letter to King Charles III in order to fashion your own letter or to add your signature to the letter, or to put your signature to the letter and mail it off to the king. And I've asked one of our viewers, one of my staunchest supporters, Miss A. She knows who she is. Miss A from the DMV. I've asked her to kind of provide it to all of you. So hopefully you'll see that real soon. And then last week we also discussed Jamaican independence and the customary celebration. Should we recognize or celebrate independence? And if we celebrate, what are we celebrating? We did that last week. Again, last week's program was gripping, and I encourage everyone to use it as a resource. Go back and look at it. Go back and look at it so that when you talk to people, you can talk with a deep sense of conviction, confidence, and knowledge, that you know what you're talking about. Because not only do we explain things by providing documents as well. It's not just I think some, I feel some, I dream, so somebody. No. Provide documents so you can look at them, and so that when you speak, you can speak with an air of clarity and confidence. And you can say yes, and in fact, you can even use my name. You can say, Rattigan, tell me that, and not only tell me, show me the documents then. Right? So go back and look at it. Also, I welcome comments, criticisms, and ideas. I welcome all of those so that we can grow together in knowledge and action. No, Natalie, the king did not reply. I didn't ask for a response. I basically just said take appropriate action. Okay. So let's talk about criticisms. Right? Regarding criticism, let me categorically state that I will be wrong in some of my assessments and opinions. I'm just like you, folks. I have made mistakes, and I will continue to make mistakes. I will avoid them. I will try to avoid them. But we're all humans, and we're susceptible to making mistakes. But the one thing you won't find in me is a sense of arrogance. That if you point out to me that you're wrong, right? If you point out to me that I'm wrong, I will readily submit. Readily. So I ask you to identify those points I've made that you feel or you're determined to be incorrect, and engage me in a constructive discussion. Just engage me. This Everton Jarrett, just engage me. And that has taken place already. Some of you have actually reached out to me and said, hey, you know, this was wrong. And I made the necessary correction. That has taken place already. However, there are those who have and they continue to criticize me on a personal level. And some of you have challenged them in the chat room. And my advice is simply this: ignore ignorance. Ignore ignorance. If somebody has a constructive criticism, by all means, you must entertain that discussion, because they may be right, or you may be right. You may be able to convince them that they're wrong. But that will only happen. That will only happen when you have a constructive engagement, when we can sit as Jamaicans and we can think about the number one priority. And the number one priority is not party, it's not color, it's country. When we can sit, despite the political differences, despite the cultural differences, despite all the differences, when we can sit and we can talk. No need to, Sophia, no need to apologize for being late. You know, oh, Marva, you want to tell all the idiots? No. But when we can sit and we can discuss, now that is a beautiful moment. When we can exchange ideas, we may walk away still maintaining our positions, but at least you walk away knowing why the person is thinking a certain way, right? And so this person who's been writing these things doesn't faze me one bit. Doesn't faze me one bit. Ignorance is an expensive lifestyle, Maria. Yes. Again, my advice to people who come on the chat, if and they start making, you know, derogatory statements, personal statements, don't attack them. Just ignore ignorance. Let them write what they want to write. And I will not block them. I will not block them from expressing their opinion. And I shouldn't. Because everyone's entitled to their opinion. You're not entitled to the facts, but you're entitled to voice your opinion. However, when you start to use crass and indecent language, that's where we draw the line. And we said, nope. At some point, we're going to have to block you. We cannot continue like this. So the person, because I don't know if it's a man or a woman, the person who's expressing these personal opinions, I'm fine. Just leave the person alone, please. And let's get on with the business of educating our people. And when I say educating our people, I expect you to bring education to me as much as I'm bringing it to you. It's a two-way street, right? So, also for them, the naysayers, for them to spend the time attacking me personally, instead of a proper discourse of the issues, tells me that they have no answer to the issues. Because if they did, they would have said, hey, Mr. Rattigan, you're wrong. Here is what I suggest. Here's what we should be doing. So they have no answers. So, and I learned this a long time ago, that when people have answers, they provide answers. When they have ideas, they provide them. When they don't have any, then they get personal. And them start tell you about your mother, them start tell you this, them start tell you that, simply because they have a shortcoming. The shortcoming is that they don't have the facts on their side. Some of them don't even know the facts because they're so deeply entrenched in the political schism that they can't see that at the end of the day, it's not benefiting them. So, he'll tell them off. All right. Somebody said don't spend too much time on them, but I just need to say this, all right? Also, like I said, they have no answers to the issues I've raised. And also, I'm getting under their skin. When you get under people's skin, that's how they respond, them personal attacks. Further, I welcome their presence on the platform. You know why? Because it's an increase in the number of viewers. Because YouTube, they do an assessment or an accounting of numbers, not of views, except if you start curse and carry on. But they don't know what this man is saying at this point, but they know, they count him as one, as a person who's viewing the live. So if that's the case, let him come on, man, and let him say what he needs to say. But I know when that person looks in the mirror and when they listen to what I'm saying, they'll understand that what they're doing is nonsensical. But be that as it may. And by the way, I welcome the stats. So like, share, subscribe, join me. Yes. Whether you agree or disagree. Now, my programs, and this was brought to my attention recently, my programs, they average between 4 to 6 hours. And frankly speaking, yeah, they're long. But I hope that they're not boring. I hope that you find them interesting and educational. Keep in mind that I broadcast Reason with Rattigan once per week. So when you look at the time, don't be discouraged. When you look and see 5 hours, what I would suggest is that you view it in 1 hour segments every day. Almost like a series, you know? And that's easy to listen to somebody for 1 hour days. Don't try and do it 5 hours at a time. It's probably too much to absorb. And then you might get turned off. So just set aside an hour. If it's 5 hours, if it's 4 hours, just set aside an hour and just listen for an hour. Discipline yourself to doing that. And then do it every day. Just listen. And I'm sure you're going to go back over some of the programs because there's so much in there. And it's not only coming from me, it's coming from you in the chat, it's coming from the telephones, it's coming from the guests. But that's what we need to do. Neville, my brethren from Firehouse. Man, they used to live right across the street from here, from Penwood Road, Penwood Crescent, but the entrance was on Penwood Road. Big up yourself, Eddie. If you can spend more than 1 hour a day, then fine, by all means do so. But otherwise, just do 1 hour a day, all right? Please note that as a housekeeping matter, no telephone calls will be taken during John's presentation today. And for that matter, none of the presentations in the future, because we want it to flow freely and then also give you a chance to listen keenly and formulate your questions so that when we're done, then you can call and we can have a fulsome discussion. All right. Once the segment is over, I'll take calls and review the comments. Relax with the Rebel. Please, 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 please don't forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. And as we say, relax with the Rebel. Tonight I have smooth jazz on the menu, and you're going to be absolutely relaxed and rejuvenated by the end of the program. Guaranteed. You'll hear from musicians like George Benson, Will Downing, Foreplay, Mesa, Al Jarreau, Olita Adams, and Joe Sample. Fantastic lineup. So please, make arrangements and join me tonight at midnight on Reggae Global Radio. Shout out time now. We will continue to request the Almighty to bestow His blessings, His mercy, His grace on all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, big up yourself, Ma P. You know you watch me live. Desmond, Paul, you know you watch me too. Ma Jean, Bob, and of course, Mrs. Nelson, Herb Nelson's lovely wife. Big shout out to my family by blood, relations, choice, and nationality. And that is all of you. Big shout out to my family. Bless up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, Admiral, stay so, General, and the crew of hardworking Jamaicans, JCF and JDF members. By the way, have we heard anything about those members going to Haiti, the JDF members? Have we heard about the mandate that they will proceed under to normalize the country against well-armed and trained gangs? Not to mention the different culture, different language, so many differences. And yet we haven't heard under what mandate they're going. And we haven't heard who's going with them. We haven't heard who's leading the charge. We haven't heard a lot of things. but we've heard that they're going. All I can say to them, that the ones who are going, may God go with you, keep you safe and sound, and return you to Jamaica in the same way you left. Big up all of the maids, them, all of the laborers and the people struggling to make ends meet. I was going to talk about the government saying that the unemployment is the lowest it's been, but the poverty rate went up. You can't make them things help people. But we're going to move on. The Prime Minister is in New York, and the Consular General in New York is having a function at the consulate. I think it's this Monday. They have invited approximately 75 people, but they won't have a town hall meeting. And this is quite interesting because the tri-state area, and that is Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, that area has the greatest concentration of Jamaicans. But the Prime Minister will not seek to address them. If you recall, last December, he did it in Washington, D.C. and the DMV area. That's D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And that area has far fewer Jamaicans than the tri-state area. But they did a big town hall there. And so you ask yourself the question, why isn't he doing one for New York and Connecticut and New Jersey? Who knows? All I can say is that there is growing discontent in the diaspora with this bad governance of our precious country, our jewel, our rock. And so if that's the case, then it would make sense for him not to have a town hall, because he's going to get an earful, and deservedly so. And by the way, I believe our failing Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is accompanying him on the trip. They're both up there. Future presentations. Starting next week, I will begin a series on the Jamaican Constitution. And since civics has been taken out of the school, and most people don't know about the Constitution, but will be asked to vote on a referendum about something they have little idea about, we will start to educate our people. So next week we will start with, and I know you're listening, we will start with you. I'm volunteering you next week to come on and do a presentation on Chapter 3 of the Constitution. A recent addition to the I think it was like 10 years ago or so, but it's an amendment to the Constitution. And it's entitled the Chapter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. That is a significant area in the Constitution. In fact, Mr. Buchanan, he has tremendous experience in that area, because it was one of his lawsuits that resulted in the courts determining that states of emergency, as implemented by the government, were unconstitutional. So, Isaac, know you're listening. Big up yourself. Prepare yourself, sir. We're going to have you on here next week, Saturday, to talk about Chapter 3, the Chapter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. There's something else on that I'm planning to do, and that is I will compare and contrast, and listen to what I'm saying carefully, because it's a lot. I will compare and contrast the throne speeches made by the Governor General. And just for those of you who don't know, the Governor General gives a throne speech to open up Parliament. Parliament cannot start without the Governor General and this speech. And essentially, it's a projection of what the government intends to do for that fiscal year. and it's done every year. So I'm going to compare and contrast the throne speeches made by the Governor General, which is the government's position on issues, going back to 2016, from 2016 to present. I will also look at the sectoral presentations, where different ministers, they provide a report on the effectiveness of their ministries. You know, I've gone through a lot of them. You hardly hear anybody come up and say, I'm failing. Hardly. Or that I need help here. Hardly. In fact, I don't recall seeing one. But I'm not going to make a blanket statement that there isn't one. I just haven't seen it. We're going to look at the 2016 and 2020 manifestos. The manifesto, or a manifesto, is a position paper on a political party. It's saying that this is what we believe in, these are the things that we plan to do. It's similar to the throne speech. Right? And it lays out the government's intent for the fiscal year. We're going to look at those. We're also going to look at the 2022 JLP conference speeches. Lots of them. I think that whole thing was over 3 hours. In fact, I'm going to show you a piece of that today. I also have to show you something about Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. And when I've compared all of them, all the speeches, all the presentations, all the manifestos, all the conferences, I'm going to compare all. I have all of them here. I'm going to come. Oh, by the way, if at one point some of the things were taken down, we couldn't find them, but we've found them now. Sorry about that. If Lion, hope you can't hear me now. So we're going to make the comparison. And we're going to show you, my people, my family, I'm going to show you how you have been lied to. I'm going to show you how you have been deceived. I'm going to show you how you've been bamboozled, how you've been abused and taken advantage of by the politicians, and why you should pay careful attention to the next election. All right? Let me see if I can pull up that video. Let me see something here. Okay, hold on. Okay. No. This is just Hyacinth. Big up yourself. Now, this is just a snippet of what I plan to do, right? But I'm going to show you something. And that's why we can't let things be 9-day wonders around here. We can't just talk about things and then, have those issues be overtaken by other issues and then we'll forget about them. We have to stay on top of things. Because at the end of the day, this is about us. It's our future. It's our children's future. It's our grandchildren. It's about the future of Jamaica. And we cannot let the politicians come in and just railroad us and just ram things down our throat and then just move on. All right? Now, I'm going to show you something. Hold on. Let me see.
Active.
Okay. Might have to get Kevin for this.
Player.
Can you guys hear it?
In critical roles and
oh yeah, you can.
On the international stage.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
An integral part of quiet.
Hold on. Stay with me. Let me find this for you. Kayleen, I'm doing great.
every enterprising Jamaican to scarce state resources. Working Jamaican support the fight against...
Stay with me.
Technology
Hold on.
that the government must find the resources to fix all these roads. It's not possible. Special orders for detention of emergency.
Just bear with me,
powers to
people.
protect
I
the
should
right
have
to
done this
life
earlier. I thought
of
I
the
did, but
law-abiding
it's technology, and
citizens from the lawless and marauding few.
but you're gonna find this interesting.
We are the party
Oh, hold on a second.
of every enterprising Jamaican who wants to. I feel so proud when I look at you.
Yeah.
Yes, a period of repair, recovery, and transition.
Oh yeah. All right. Hold on.
But anytime you hear a Jamaican say,
All right.
me want step,
I think we're.
that Jamaica will become the place where you choose to live, work, raise your families, do business, and retire in paradise. Jamaica will be the place of choice. I look forward to repairing the brain drain of the 70s. I look forward to ushering in an era where Jamaicans overseas will choose to return to Jamaica to make their investments in Jamaica. The conditions are not all right now. And it is not something that the government can artificially
Yeah, I could just
dictate.
go and listen to this.
The
We'll get to it because I don't have a
conditions
counter
have to be
that I can actually
sustainable.
see where it is. I have the
But it is happening.
the time, but I can't see it from where
There
I'm
are
looking.
many Jamaicans
So-
overseas who are investing in Jamaica by buying their second
And then
homes
after
in
this, I'm going to
Jamaica.
show you some things
Many
regarding
Jamaicans are doing
the
that.
Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith.
And there are many Jamaicans overseas who are investing in our stock market. So it is happening, but we want it to happen on a much larger scale, where the talents and the skills that left us in the 70s can come back to Jamaica, feel safe, feel secure, feel a part of the society, so that they can contribute to further building Jamaica.
Maureen, big up
land
yourself.
we all
Mercy.
love. As I survey the audience, I feel so proud. I feel so proud when I look at you. And I am humbled to be given the privilege to be your leader.
Woman alone me give me love. My love. Yet is a medicine I got up when me done need a better. My love.
I don't take it for granted. No, I don't take it for granted that you have traveled from all ends of Jamaica. Some of you have come and buses. Some of you chartered your cars. Some of you took your own transport, paid your own way to get here. I don't take it for granted. It means a lot to me that you would take your time to come. Everyone here is a symbol of the strength of the Jamaica Labour Party. All of you represent the strength of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yeah, this is a little bit more than I wanted, but let's just go ahead and listen to some of the things that he's saying. Kevin just joined us right now. He's trying to get me to the counter.
The party is quiet. And that is because we are keeping our heads down and we are doing the business of government. Sometimes we don't respond to the manufactured false stories, the politically organized protests, and the biased commentary parading as independent thought. This can create a sense of chaos for the average person looking on. It may even be interpreted as a sign of political weakness. However, when you gathered like this, the numbers that you are gathered here today, with the energy and vibrancy and discipline and order and attentiveness, then they have to think again. Labour Party is strong, not only at the ministerial and government level, but we are strong in the grassroots of this country. We have deep and strong political roots in every community in this country. It shows that there is strong support for our policies and programs. Now watch the noise in the market. Watch the political votes that go into the box. The Jamaica Labour Party, of which you are a part, has grown itself, and it is transforming itself. I want you to listen to me carefully. The core
Listen
of
to him
the
carefully.
party remains the working class masses of the country. That is the core of our political organization.
You hear that? The core of the party is the working class. Now, I just messed it up. Let me see.
Emergency King
Kevin, if you could get
technology
that, if you could get back that section for me.
can guarantee security to a point. If the persons charged with guidance
Hold on. Yeah, Kevin, if you can pull up the if you can pull it up with the counter, that'd be helpful for me. All right. While you do that, Kevin, let me share this document here with. Let me share this document. Uh, Kevin, pull up Camina 2 for me, please. Okay, thanks. And then if you can get the thing on the video, because I want them to see that piece there. All right. All right. Who's that? Howard Roberts say if I was honest and without bias, then I would listen to him, but I'm ashamed of him. It's okay, Howard. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. All right. Now, folks, I'm going to show you something now, right? For all of those who think that I'm disingenuous or I'm lying, I'm going to show you something. That if you are truly a Jamaican at heart, if you really believe in Jamaica, the country, not the politics, you'll have no choice but to agree with me. I'm going to show you now. All right. Here we all right. Now, last week, if you remember, and I won't even pull it up. Remember last week we were talking about how the Honorable Minister Camina Johnson-Smith said in her signed sworn affidavit that from the services she received from Fin Partners. Now, picture this in your mind, folks. Fin Partners gave her the benefit of the services. They gave her the services. And she said, I didn't get any benefit. I didn't get any gift. She said it was the Jamaican government that got the benefit. Now, if you remember, I said to you that the statute, the law, doesn't talk about benefit. It talks about gifts. Gifts in cash, gifts in kind. Like services, consultancy services, which she received. Now, I'm going to show you something. What I did was, because she said it was the government, I reached out to the government. And remember last week I showed you the Office of the Cabinet, they basically said, we have no idea what she's talking about. Now, keep in mind, this is her own government saying, we don't know what you're talking about gifts and benefits. We have no documentation to evidence that, because I said to them, if you do have the documents, then you need to tell me why is it that you did not file. No. Let's go through a couple of documents. Look at this one here. This one, August 17th. Today's what? The 19th, right? Look where it's coming from. Office of the PM, right? Again, you can't make this up. Now look. Here's it where I asked them right here, indicate, make us see if I can pull this up, big it up some more from the consultancy. Hold on one second. From the consultancy services. Okay. Right here, they're laying out the questions I asked them and they're answering. So this said the question I asked, it said reference is made to our acknowledgement letter, meaning that you sent this thing to us asking the following as below. Indicate whether you received a gift of services or benefited from the consultancy services. Indicate if your minister received a gift of services, benefited from that, and please provide documentation. And if you have that documentation, then please show us where you filed. This is what they sent me. We wish to confirm that your request is being processed. As standard, the Office of the Prime Minister holds itself to the processing of requests within the prescribed 30 days for processing requests. However, we will require an extension, which they're required to do. If they can't give it to me within 30 days, they're required to notify the requester and say, look, we need an additional 30 days. But come the end of that 60-day period, they're supposed to provide the information. You cannot get a second extension. So, I asked them about this July 18, right? August 17th, right? Within 30 days, they tell me that they need 30 days, which is fine. So, now look what happened. Remember, no, look at the dates. Look at the dates. August 17th, they tell me they need 30 days. Here it is right here. Right here. Within the prescribed, we will require an extension. And that extension is up to 30 days. Right? Again, August 17th. Right here, August 17th. Now, look at this letter. Same office of the Prime Minister. August 18th, the next day. Then when I do research and I forget everything to me. The next day, look at what indicate whether your minister received a gift of services and or benefited from the consultancy services. We did not. See, they did not benefit. All right. Next question. If your minister received a gift of services and or benefited from the consultancy services, Mr. Byfin, please provide documentation evidencing this gift and or benefit. Look at the answer. Please refer to answer provided at I or 1. Here's 1. Right? Look at the answer. We did not. Question number 3. If your ministry received a gift of services and or benefited from services, please provide documentary evidence of compliance with the required Article 17 and the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Meaning, if you receive this, then show me where you filed and complied with the law. Here's the answer. Please refer to answer provided at I. Right? Look at what 1 said. We did not. So for question 1, we did not. Question 2, refer to this one. We did not. Question 3, please refer to the first answer. What's the first answer? We did not. And where did it come from? Right here. Office of the Prime Minister. I showed you where the Office of the Cabinet said, no, we don't know anything about this. We don't know what she's talking about. Compare and contrast that with her official statement on the oath saying that, no, it's the government that got it. The government now is saying, no, we never get anything. We don't know what she's talking about. Let's go on a little bit more. Here's another letter from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. This one is August 14th, 5 days ago. Here's the same question asked to them. Indicate whether your minister received a gift of service in blah, blah, blah. Response. The minister did not receive it. And same question again I asked them. If your minister received a gift of services, please provide documentation. Here it is. See the response at bullet. And what's bullet point 1? The ministry did not. If your minister received a gift of services and or benefited, please provide document, meaning that you filed it and then you have to file it and say and notify the government, yeah, we received the benefit. Look at the response. See response at bullet point 1. The ministry did not. You see where I go with these people? That's why when people come up and tell me, say, oh, yeah, you know, what you do to the woman and this and that, that's why I try, you know, with humility and a sense of dignity, I try to steer them in the right direction. Because when you have somebody telling these, providing these misrepresentations, and like I told you before, I'm not using the word alleged or allegedly. You know why? Because this is coming from the government. This is not my opinion. This is not my opinion saying that she did or she didn't file. This is the government. Remember, no, she said that the government got the benefit and nobody knows who got the gift. So I asked the government, did you get the gift? Did you get the benefit? And if you did, where is the documentation? And if you have that documentation, where is it filed? That's all I'm asking. And they come back and them say, no, But we're not done yet. There's something else I want to show you. See this lady here, Sheila Seeley Monteith, CDJP ambassador. Remember that name. Remember that name. Because now here's where we're going. This is the 14th of August. Now, if you go back and you look at the first letter she sent to, 14th of August. So they sent me two asking basically about the same thing. Then can't make up their mind off answer me. Right? Now, here it is, I'm asking her for information about things that she have talked to her staff about. Because if she got the gift, they were supposed to discuss it with the permanent secretary. So what does she do? She says it's exempt. We can't. Right? With section 14A. Now, I just passed the act. I'll go back to 14A, but it's nonsense. And here it is, I ask her, request for all written communications from the ministry, blah, 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 blah. And here she says, did not receive any gifts again. Did not receive support of the minister's campaign. Oh, notice something. You notice, she said, the minister was saying, Minister Kamina Johnson was saying, it's not my campaign. It's the government campaign. Look at what our permanent secretary said. The Ministry of Affairs and Foreign Trade did not receive gifts in support of the mini campaign. Where does it say government campaign? And the government is saying, we don't have no documents, we don't know what's going on. We don't know anything about this. Right? Let me take a quick look because I think something is wrong with there. Hold on. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Let me just. Okay. Okay. So, see, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when it gives in support of the minister's campaign. Now, here it is. I ask her for documents regarding the expenditures, right, of the campaign. And she said that I must go and talk to the Prime Minister and Honorable Robert Morgan, because there is something that they put out as a press release, and he made a statement to the Parliament on the 13th of September. Right? Now, I'm waiting for John to come. I don't want to kill the time, but what happened is that she mentioned, excuse me, that I should go and talk to the office of the Prime Minister and seek out this. Sometimes we have some educated fools in high position. They can SWAT for an exam. Memorization. They cannot think critically. That skill has evaded them. They don't have it, right? Because here it is, she's writing to me, telling me this. And you know what the act says, the law says? The law says, if I send something to you and you're not the person who's supposed to receive it, you are required by law to forward that request to the appropriate office and the appropriate people. You don't send it back to me and say, well, go over there and talk to those people. That's what the law says. Apparently, she doesn't know about it. Because she had tell me go talk to officer, press release from the office of the Prime Minister, and get a statement from Robert Morgan, Minister Robert Morgan, to Parliament. That is not the law. The law says if I give it to you and you're not the person, and you're in government and you're not the person, I'm asking for information from a government office, then it's your job to forward that to the government office, the appropriate government office. But instead she sent it back to me. So I sent it back to her. And what she do? She sent it back to me. But here is something, Jamaican people, all of you, whether you're UIC, PNP, JLP, independent, no party, as long as you're a Jamaican, here is something I need you to pay very, very close attention to. Look at number 4, right here. Sorry, number 5. Because number 4 should tell me I must go back to the ministry, to the Minister Robert Morgan and press release and blah, blah, blah. Look at number 5. Requesting a list of the Jamaican delegation members who attend Wealth Conference in Kigali, Rwanda 2. No. Jamaican people, that's your money that they use to travel to Kigali. And we know that the total expenditure was about 42 million Jamaican dollars. They gave the minister, I think, 18 million. And the rest of it they used for travel to go to this conference. And so we wanted to know who went. Because we're hearing about some of the attendees and they had no business being there. No business. So we ask for a list. And that should be easy. Because look, it wasn't a secret mission because they flew on a commercial airline to get there. They went into a public space, right, where other people from other countries, I think there were countries represented there, they all saw them. There's nothing secret. In fact, my brethren, Isaac, explained to the students over on Andre's class last night that he knew who went because he was on the flight with some of them. I don't know if it's there's no non-stop flight from Jamaica to Kigali, so it must have been I don't know if it was the first flight or the second, or whether he went to Kigali. I don't know, but he said he saw them. No secrets. Here's what she said. Information is available in document which is exempt 14 and 15 of the ATI Act. So what she's telling me, I can't tell you who went. No, I can't. I won't tell you who went. Let that sink in for a while, my people, my family members, Jamaican taxpayers. If you buy a bulla, you pay a tax. If you buy a patty, you pay a tax. You're taxpayers, not just income. GCT, a tax. And they will tell you, sir, when we use the money and we travel, you have no right to know who traveled. And remember now, at one point, they're saying, at one point I was told that this was a conference for the Commonwealth, not for Jamaica. Jamaica's a member of the Commonwealth. Right? But depending on the argument you make, they try to make it seem like, well, it wasn't really government related, blah, 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 blah. But be that as it may, government officials went and they paid for those tickets and the accommodations using taxpayers' funds. Right? So this is what you tell me. I can't tell you that because of section 14 and 15. Let's go on a little bit. Let's look at this one now. It is the 14th of August. She tell me this, right? 5 days ago. But look at what happened. Remember I told you, the 10th of July, I'd asked about these things before. And she gave me the same answers. Go back and look again. Here it is. Number 5, request a list of the Jamaican delegation members who attended the Commonwealth Conference in Kigali. This is the answer she gave me in July. The information is available in documentation which is exempt. She also told me that I could appeal that. Right? Let me see if she did tell me if I could appeal the other one. Oh, she not tell me something can't appeal. Look at this. In July, she said you can appeal. But in August, she make sure she not tell me something can appeal. Punch she give me, but she take out that piece. You see right here? She said it's exempt. The above is submitted. But she not tell me, say, and look at the data, 14th of August, right? And look at what you tell me. This is what you tell me in July. Same response she gave me in July, 10th of July. But look at the bottom of it. She said, you can lodge an appeal pursuant to section information appeal concerning the part of the decision within 60 days. So you can lodge an appeal. That wasn't that, but I sent her in August, it wasn't an appeal. It was another request. An appeal is different from another request. Right? But anyway, she didn't tell me this piece, but she told me that I can't get the information, right? Oh, here's another one. This one is from the tourist board. Because I said maybe the tourists benefited, maybe the Jamaica. Because remember she talked about they were talking about that Ed Bartlett, Minister Ed Bartlett was there in Kigali, right? And so Ministry of Tourism benefited, blah, 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 blah. All right. This is August 8th, right? 7 days ago. And look at what is Jamaica Tourist Board, right here. Right there, so Jamaica Tourist Board. Look at what they sent me. They said, the Jamaica Tourist Board wishes to advise that its contract with Finn Partners came to an end on March 31st, 2021. And it has not conducted any business with Finn Party. Now you notice something? That is not a response to the question I ask, or the questions I ask. That's not a response. Right? All they have to say is no. But they said, we haven't done any business. Which is another way of saying, no, we didn't get any benefit. Because we haven't done any business with them since 2021. And Mr. Rattigan, you're talking about something that happened in 2022. Here it is. 2022. Right here. Right? So, that's it. Now, let's go back to why she don't want to give me the information. She said, this information is exempt. She never even give me the, she gave me the, right. It's exempt under section 14 and 15. Keep that in mind. Let's go to section 14 and 15. Okay. Let me start. I want to say the whole thing, people. All right. Here it is, the access to information. 14 and 15, she said, right? Okay. Now let's go to 14 and 15 and see what 14 and 15 said. That's 9, 10, 11, 14. Here it is. Official documents are exempt from disclosure if the disclosure of would prejudice the security, defense, or international relations of Jamaica. Now, let me ask you a question. How is it that the security, the defense, or the international relations of Jamaica would be prejudiced by just giving the taxpayers the names of the public officials who traveled on taxpayers' money to go to Kigali? How would that prejudice security, defense, or international relations? Or maybe it doesn't. All right, so let's go to B. That's A. These documents would, those documents contain information communicated in confidence to the government by or on behalf of a foreign government or by an international organization. What confidence is there? And by the way, there's no foreign government involved. This was the Jamaican government that decided to let people go. There's no foreign government. So now we know that 14 doesn't apply. Let's go to 15. 15, it says an official document. So first of all, we know that the permanent secretary, she has no idea what she's talking about, or she's trying to mislead, because 14 doesn't apply. No way, no how, no time, no day, nowhere. Let's go to 15. An official document is exempt from disclosure if it is a cabinet document, that is to say, it is a cabinet submission, cabinet note, or the document created for the purpose of submission to the cabinet for its consideration. The travel is not that. B, it is a cabinet decision or other record of any deliberation of the cabinet. That's not the intent. Traveling? No. Now, here's the key. Subsection 1 does not apply, which is this one I just mentioned to you. Does not apply to any documents appended to a cabinet document that is material of a purely factual nature, or reports, studies, tests, or surveys of scientific or technical nature, or a document by which a decision of the cabinet has been official. So it doesn't die. No, think about this. Think about this, my Jamaican people. How is it that they're going to spend your money willy-nilly, travel halfway around the world, and you don't get a chance to find out who went? But you're paying for it. You're not asking them to say what was discussed. You're not asking them that. You're simply saying, I need to know who traveled. You know why them can't tell you? Oh no, you know why them don't want to tell you? Because you're going to find out that people traveled who had no business traveling to that conference. In the FBI, we call that a boondoggle. Meaning it's not it shouldn't have happened. It happened for some reason based on fear, based on friendship or favor. But it shouldn't have happened. Because you can go back and look at the newspaper. I think it was a Gleaner who reported that the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, she was present there. Question is, why was she present there? Why? Now the question is, did all the ambassadors assigned to missions of Commonwealth within Commonwealth countries, were they invited to go? So for example, we have somebody in South Africa. We have somebody in Nigeria. I think we have somebody in Ghana. Right? We have somebody in India. Commonwealth country. We have people all over the place with serving in Commonwealth countries. Were they afforded the invitation to attend? Were they? No, we don't know. That not happen. That not happen. So people, on the see what I'm telling you? So I'm telling you. She quoted 14 and 15. And 14 and 15 do not apply. What's your name? Miss Monteith, Permanent Secretary Monteith. Be careful how you approach me, Miss Monteith. Because me are just one of the stars that come out of Waterhouse. Whole heap of people don't like me. But me are just one of them. And me are go wholly responsible. You may have 50 degrees back of your name or in front of your name. It don't mean nothing to me if you don't comply with the law. Comply with the law and then I'm impressed. Comply with the law and impress me. No, let me say I can't find the one where she talk up that nonsense. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Stay with me, people. Cause I'm under the weather a little bit, you know, but you know, I work with me. Let me see the one here where she let me see it. Because I have for sure this one, yeah. Okay, here we go. Section 8. Look, it says, where an application is made to a public authority for an by another public authority, or the subject matter of which is more closely connected of another public authority, the first public authority shall transfer the application or such part of it as made to that other public authority, and shall applicant immediately have the transfer. Me done with her. Me done. So when she write me back and tell me some, he must them put out stuff on it there in the parliament, and this gentleman, Minister Morgan did this and did that. It's nonsense. She have to comply with 8. And guess what, people? I told her after the first letter, I said to her, you need to go to section 8 and learn what is written in section 8 and comply with what is in section 8. She never do it. What she do? She sent it back to me in August. I told her this in July or early August. After the first letter I sent her, and she responded. But there it is for yourself. Access to Information Act of 2002, Section 8. That's why I'm telling you, people, you need to get involved. You need to use this act before them even try. Because I know they're going to try and change it. Because this is a powerful tool. This is a powerful tool. Kevin, if you're there, we're ready to do the video, for show the video. And Dr. Lennon, wherever you are, you can join me now. Now turn on the phone now too. So this is where we are, people. Don't make them come with them fancy. Sorry, Kevin. Don't make them come with them fancy words and beautiful speeches and trick on you. Read. And if you cannot read, ask somebody who can read for read and explain to you. Because that is why we're here. At the end of the day, we're all family members and we're here to help each other. And I submit to you, my people, that them can't come and tell me, say me wrong. Them, I will not use alleged. Or big up yourself. I will not use the word alleged or the word or allegedly. Because what I'm telling you, people, what I'm telling you, my family, I'm giving you facts. They must come and tell me now that the office of the Prime Minister didn't send that letter to me. They must come and tell me that the office, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade didn't send that letter to me. They must come and tell me Tourist Board didn't send that letter to me. They must come and tell me that the office of the Cabinet didn't send that letter to me. And me make it up. But if they accept that those letters are legit, then they have no choice. They have no choice but to go in on corner and keep quiet. Because remember what I tell you. It is not easy. In fact, it is an insuperable task. Difficult task to defend the indefensible. You cannot defend the indefensible. So, that is where we're going to leave off with the minister. I have another document, but, you know, again, we're not doing a 9-day wonder. We're going to keep pressing. In fact, I'm asking for her to submit her resignation. How much more beating she going to take? How much more beating she going to take? And when I say beating, not physical, but this. Beating based on facts. How many more how many more beatings will she take before she decides that this is not worth it, and so I have to go? And so I'm asking for her. I asked last week and I've asked previously. I'm asking again. Senator, the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, I urge you. I'm asking you, for the sake of Jamaica and the ministry you work, or the ministry you head, and the government and the people, submit your resignation. Because we're not going to stop. And don't forget, now that Finn partners now in a trouble because now them have to go answer to the American government, and you know them have to tell the truth this time around. Because apparently what they told the first time around, they said something, then they amended it, then they amended it. For example, they said they give 3 payments. First payment, $75,000. Second payment, $99,000. Third payment, oh, and by the way, they're not 3. They're payments for services rendered. First time they said it was $75,000. Second time it was $99,000. Third time it was 80-something thousand. I think $83,000. So, you know, and she's here again. She's here. She's in New York, I believe. Traveling on your money. Traveling on the taxpayers, the backs of the taxpayers. Speak live, Bobby. I'm going to have Bobby soon, man. Bobby, I'm a virgin. I'm going to have him soon. We just have to work some things out with him, you know. But thanks for asking about Bobby. Bobby, big up yourself if you listen to me. Oh, yeah, Janet. I won't leave them, you know. But here's what happened now, Janet. You know what's going on, Janet. When them see how me deal with this case here, remember now, you know, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith is supposed to be one of the cleanest ministers. Squeaky clean. And she's supposed to be one of the closest advisors to the Prime Minister. So you see, if we start the way we are deal with the case right now, properly, intelligently, sequentially, think about what they're thinking. They're thinking, who's next? They're thinking about who's next. And people, again, some people might say, well, this amount to nothing. No. Now you know. You didn't know before. Resign or take prisoner. Yes, my brother. Gypsy girl, I start to go there next week. Him don't know it yet, but him just find out. Untouchable. No such thing. No such thing. Camille, thanks. Yes, Mojo. Yes, Angela. Like Yama. Yeah. Yeah, Kevin, if you can bring up that thing there for me, so I can just show the people them and bring on herb. Yeah, Vivian, some ginger tea and turmeric sweetened with honey. I'm going to try that after this thing, because I try everything and boy, I tell you, that lick me for 6, but it not stop me. You know? One second, my people. Kevin, I work. You know what? Let me bring on Herb. Sorry about that, Herb. Hold on there. Oh, Kevin, you use the cursor. All right, bring on Herb for me now, please. Big up yourself, Herb. What you doing, man?
Hey, big up to all you sharp, intelligent, aggressive folks out there asking
Kevin,
all the right questions. Couple fools in the community, but blessings to everybody, especially to you, Will. I've been listening.
Yeah.
And it seems that when you use their regulations and approach them in a nice manner, what they try to do with you is to baffle you with all kinds of off the record, off the cuff answers, right? And because you've been persistent, it's starting to show them up and they're getting angry. You can see that. You can note that. But keep in mind one thing. The truth has to come out in the next engagement in October when they enter that woman's courtroom. Right? No matter how she twist and turn, and no matter how she slap you down, she can't slap down that judge. And that judge is the arbiter of this regulation that's going to say to her, Madam, did you or did you not report the monies you received as a gift? How did you handle it? And let her explain it. And she's going to try to hide behind some other facet of the law. The law may be against self-incrimination or some other thing she's going to pull out of the hat. But I don't see her giving you a straight answer no time soon. She's running scared. She's never had nobody put fire to her backside the way you have. And she cannot deal with it. That's the bottom line. And so if your listeners and viewers learn anything, is you have to be persistent, you have to use the law, and you have to stay within the parameters that the regulation establishes, and you will get to the truth eventually. That might stymie you for a while, but eventually, if it goes before a judge, they're going to have to break down and come clean because they're not going to lie in court. They're not going to lie under some sworn affidavit. They're afraid of that because that's another crime. But she is going to have to come clean at some stage. And she has to tell her own constituents. But let me take that back. Does she have her own constituency now?
No, she's low.
You sound low, Ratty.
Elected. She was appointed.
She's appointed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Yeah. So
no. She was appointed, right? She wasn't elected.
Yeah. But that means her constituency is all of Jamaica because she's representing Jamaica in all foreign affairs. And if we put her out there on the international stage to represent us, and she turned out to be a liar, a cheat, tax cheat, right? And turns out that she's used government funds and government has willingly used those 46 million Jamaicans to wine and dine her across Africa and elsewhere, right? She should pay that money back to the Treasury because they're saying it was not official function. So if it was an official function, okay, pay the money back. Right? No Jamaican that's starving, none of the 2 million that don't meet the threshold under the rules of poverty, right? Those people could have used that money back then. And that's 2 million Jamaicans who never approve of spending that money to help somebody gain an office outside of Jamaica. It's all personal. And I think she ought to pay the money back. All 46 million. And that way we can then have programs within underserved communities that is badly needed. This woman has had all this money splurged on her. And now she's turning around and lying about what happened. Something has to change, right? The truth has to come out.
John just joined us.
John is there.
Yeah, John is here. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get him on. Kevin, I tell you what, just bring John on and then we'll get to the video. So, if not today, some other time. Yeah, please. We get John on. All right. There he is. In the flesh.
Professor
John
Dr.
Lennon.
John
affectionately
Lennon,
known,
extraordinaire.
affectionately known as John around these parts. John, can you hear us?
I'm frozen. A thunderstorm in the area, and it's causing a lot of problems with the internet.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll just work with what we have. Let me just, before I bring you on, John, let me just say that somebody asked a question about the privacy of government officials traveling. There is no privacy of a government official traveling to some place to represent his country. There is no privacy there. There is simply, and not only that, think about it. I'm asking about the travel a year after it took place. If you had said, oh, it's proposed travel, and so there might be a security issue, and so we don't want to let people know that, you know, he's traveling here or she's traveling there. That might be a useful argument to make. But I'm asking a year after the travel took place, actually more than a year after the travel took place. So tell me, where's the security issue in that? There's no privacy if a government official is traveling. If a government official, what a government official does when he or she, when they travel, that's something different. If I'm asking, okay, tell me about the negotiations that you had with the government of another country. No, that would be exempt. They wouldn't be able to give that to you. And I understand that. But all I'm asking is for them to give me the names of the people who travel. Don't, as a tax-paying Jamaican, don't you think you deserve to know who traveled on your tax dollars to go where? Don't you think you know that? You need, but I'm telling you, the reason why they won't give the names, or the reason why they're resistant to the request, is because once they give the names, and they can't lie about it, I can get the names if I want. That's easy stuff. I can get the names. But I want them to give me the names. I want to get it through their channels. Once they give you the names, you know what's going to happen. We're going to go through each and every name and say, okay, should this person have gone? Should that person have gone? Was this a boondoggle trip? And that's what they're afraid of. That's what they're afraid of. Yes, Noreen, them never watch it. Them never watch Ian Boyne. So, and somebody else mentioned that Senator the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith is not alone, and I'll find out pretty soon. Well, look, let me just say this. I am not afraid of these people. I'm not afraid of these people. I'm not afraid of these people. And I'll say it again, I'm not afraid of these people. And with the help and the mercy and the grace of God and the support of all of you people, my family members, we're going to put a stop to this, because we cannot sit back and just accept these things. We cannot. We for too long we've been apathetic. We've been too laid back. We've been too accepting of whatever politicians, because we say, oh, the big man, and we can't do nothing about that. Now here it is. A son of the soil is coming and telling you that, listen, we are going to do something about this. And we're going to do something in a meaningful way. We're going to take them to court. We're going to conduct background investigations. We're going to do public relations campaigns. And then you have people out there saying, oh, they come up with all kinds of personal stuff. And Noreen, you're right. We have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. If we don't start now, when are we going to start? When? Gypsy girl, you missed what? You misunderstood her comment. No. What I'm saying is that we have to start someplace. And the idea of, and I don't think it was the lady who mentioned about fear and about them, and about them saying that they have to be careful because it's not the minister alone. I don't care. Look, here's the thing, and I've said it before. They can take. All right, I tell you what. Take the high command. Take the police commissioner. Take 1,000 of his best advisors. Take the prime minister. Take all of them. All of them. And I will take these two gentlemen right here with me. And the three of us will sit down and we will discuss national security issues. We will discuss foreign affairs issues. We will discuss health issues. We will discuss economic issues. We will discuss all the issues they want to discuss. And I'm telling you this, we will put them to shame. Because you know why? We don't have any axe to grind. We're not looking to make money out of this. We're looking to uplift our people. And that's why we will prevail. Because, and I mentioned it today and somebody found it startling. They said, hey, with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, what's the stipend you guys are getting? And I said to them, you know what? No salary, no stipend. None for the board of directors. None. That's to show you how committed we are. We don't want any money. The money you are going to donate to us, you're giving it to us for a purpose, not for us to line our pockets or do whatever we want to do for our personal, benefit. No. You're giving us your hard-earned money to say, listen, we believe in what you're doing and we want you to go after the government because we want to see change. And as a result of that, I've said, and I continue to maintain, we will take no salary, we will take no stipend. Everything we do for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation will be free of cost on our end. Of course, we will have to pay the investigators, we'll have to pay the public relations companies, we'll have to pay the lawyers, but as far as the board of directors is concerned, no salary, no stipend. And you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. Well, here we are with the renowned Herb Nelson, intelligence analyst extraordinaire, my friend, my brother, kindred spirit.
I want to let your
go ahead, sir. Give us your
viewers know that I am not feeling sick, right? But I do drink some of that Guinea and weed teas along with the ginger and peppermint. It keeps me going, keeps me healthy.
I need some of that.
I know, John, you must have access to all that good stuff down there.
Oh, yes, pear season as well.
Yeah.
There we are.
All right. Well, folks, listen. We have a presentation today, and it's going to be done by none other than Professor John Lennon, affectionately known as John. John is a very passionate advocate for a lot of things in Jamaica, good things. And he gets shall we say, is very concerned about the direction the country is going. Not just in this administration, past administrations as well, because he blames both parties for the ills of Jamaica. And he said this thing has been going on for years, for decades. And he points to several things, including the story, the untold story about our bauxite. And so he's going to present a presentation today, or provide a presentation today, which will make us smarter. Because that's the whole thing about this program. We intend to make people smarter so that when they go out there, they're actual ambassadors of the program, ambassadors for their community, ambassadors for their family, ambassadors for the country of Jamaica, that they can speak eloquently and intelligently about the issues. And so John is going to talk to us today about where is the money, the bauxite levy, and other things associated with bauxite. So without further ado, Sir John, the floor is yours, sir. Welcome.
Hello to everybody. I'm having a bit of problem sharing the screen at the moment. Give me a minute. Let's see. Let's see if you can see. Can you see that? No? Or you just see my ugly face?
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody asked if Kevin was my son. Kevin, a big man. Kevin, a big man. Kevin, if you're around, can you see if you can provide some assistance to John to get his presentation up, please?
All right. Yeah, I'm having a problem.
Does this thing have a screen share like Zoom?
Yeah, I don't. So, drive. No. Let's see if we see this one. Okay, I can't upload the format that I want to use, the problem. Give me a couple of minutes, Will, and come back to me, okay?
Kevin, let me call. Let me see something. Let me. Hold on a second. John, are you back? Kevin. Oh, sorry.
Is he talking directly to John?
I'm trying to share, but I can't see any sharing going on.
Stay with us, people. 1 second.
Lift up your hands and praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo.
That Jamaica will be the place where you choose to live, work, raise your families, do business, and retire in paradise. Jamaica will
Okay,
be
folks.
the place of
We're
choice.
gonna try and cue this up. In the meantime, Kevin is working with Dr. John to get him, have him share the screen.
I look forward
presentation.
to repairing the brain drain of the 70s.
Let me just find where we were.
I look forward. But anytime you hear a Jamaican say, me want to step up in a life.
Okay.
It's quiet. And that is because we are keeping our heads down and we are doing the business of government. Sometimes we don't respond to the manufactured false stories.
No,
the politically
folks,
organized.
what I want you to do is, we can't dismiss, because at the end of the day, keep in mind that this man is our prime minister. All of us, right? And we can't dismiss him like that. What we have to do is we have to listen to his words. And then you can make an informed decision about whether he's making sense or nonsense. But just don't dismiss him because he's a JLP, he's wearing the color green or whatever, and because you subscribe to the politics of another party. Let's give him his due respect and listen to him and judge him accordingly. Because and the reason is I want to play something. I want you to listen to something. And then when you listen to it, I want to make a comment and ask your opinion on it. So please, bear with me.
However, when they see you gathered,
okay, it's coming
like
up now.
This, in the numbers that
Let me start up with we again.
that you are gathered here today. With the energy and vibrancy and discipline and order and attentiveness.
It's coming up, folks. Just bear with me while Kevin is working with John.
Labour Party is not only at the ministerial and government level, but we are strong in the grassroots of this country. We have deep and strong political roots in every community in this country.
I know it's hard, people, but please, I'm asking you. Please, I'm asking. Just give him a fair listening. Just listen to what he has to say. Listen.
It shows that there is strong support for our policies and programs.
Pauline, I understand.
Now
But again, I'm
watch
asking
the
all you.
knives
Just listen. I
in
just
the
want you to
market.
listen to this thing. Just
Watch
listen to
the
this.
political votes that go into the box.
Mm-hmm.
The Jamaica Labour Party, of which you are a part, has grown itself.
Listen to this now, people.
And it is transforming itself.
Listen.
I want you to listen to me carefully.
Listen to him carefully.
The core of the party remains the working class masses of the country.
You hear that? The core of the party remains the working class masses of the country.
That is the core of our political organization. And they continue to be our ultimate focus.
Ultimate
But
focus.
What is this focus? What is the purpose of focusing on the working class? The mission of the Jamaica Labour Party is to lift people out of poverty, to lift people up. To improve quality of life, to create opportunities, to create prosperity. We want to move people out of the working class and into the middle classes of the country. I have never said it this way.
All right. Let me stop it right there.
Before,
So. Let me stop
but
it right
I'm
there. So.
deliberately using these phrases.
Okay, folks, let me just go back and analyze what I'm saying. And that's why I'm telling you, people, I know it's tough for some of you to listen because of the amount of lies and misrepresentations. I'm asking you, let cooler heads and let good sense prevail. Listen to when people talk. Don't just dismiss them. What the good book say. Wisdom come out of the mouth of babes sometimes, right? So what you have to do in order to make a plausible argument about that is listen to the other side of the issue. Listen to what the other person is saying. Then you make your argument, right? I'm begging you, please, my people. Please, I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to trust him. I'm just asking you to listen to him because then you can compare and contrast, right? Now, listen to what he said. He said, the core of the party, the JLP party, remains the working class masses of the country, right? He said, the ultimate focus of the JLP is on the working class. And he also said, the mission of the JLP is to lift people out of poverty. Remember now, people, poverty rate just went up. The poverty rate just went up. Just this week, there's a study showing that the poverty rate increased. I know what the poverty rate is. The poverty rate is anybody making less than, I think it's 800 Jamaican dollars a day. If you're making less than 800 Jamaican, 850 or something like that, you're below the poverty line, right? Now, he said, we want to lift people out of poverty, lift people up, create opportunity, prosperity, move people out of working class into middle class. Now, I'm going to ask you the question. Now that we have heard him, and this was less than a year ago. Now that we have heard him, do you believe him? Do you believe him? And by the way, Howard, when you talk about PNP and JLP, the poverty rate is not structured that way. It's structured for the country of Jamaica, not by party. And in fact, he went on to say, and I'll play it another time, he went on to say that if you're not working in Jamaica, it's because you don't want to work. Him say those who are choppers and those who are digging out their hand middle. But if you want to work, there's work. Them say they are pretty close to full employment in Jamaica. But he forgot to tell you what kind of employment. I'll agree with the statisticians that the unemployment rate in Jamaica has gone down. But nobody's looking at the underemployment rate. How many people making more than the minimum wage? And how much more are they making above the minimum wage? And how can he transform you? How can he take you from the poor class to the middle class on $13,000 a week? And you may have a family to feed. How is he going to make that happen? And some of the people in the audience, them jump up and down and them reel and carry on, and they're not paying attention. They're not thinking critically. They're listening to words like string of pearls. And that's what I'm asking you, my people, to do. Listen. Because only when you listen, you will be able to understand. You listen, you understand, and then you start asking your questions. But just don't dismiss somebody. Because you want to be able to come back and say, well, you said this on such and such a date. And look at what you're doing now. But if you just dismiss him and say, I don't want to hear about him, no. And that's why I said to people, I don't care what party you want. That's none of my business. What I care about is that you vote for an MP who is taking care of your family, your community. If an MP is doing those things, then I say vote for that person. If the person is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, if they're not fixing roads, taking care of infrastructure, education, health, housing, standard of living, if they're not taking care of those things that are precious to you and dear to you and your family and your community, then don't vote for them. Especially if they've been there for a long time. Especially. So that's my piece of it. Listen to them. No, guess what? You can ask him. But Mr. Prime Minister, you said you're there to lift people out of poverty. But guess what? Statin, I think, the government statistical agency, they reported that poverty went up. And as Dennis Gopi said, unemployment rate is low because of minimum wage. Call the centers. Call centers. So, again, folks, don't dismiss people like that. I listen. I listen. Because it's only when you listen you can get a full understanding of what's going on. And then you can formulate good questions. Don't form conclusions before you hear the argument. Listen to the argument. And then you move forward. John, are you ready, sir? John cannot hear us. Hold on. Let me see. John, can you hear us? Ronald B., do I have confidence in the judges in Jamaica? You know what, John? Here's how I look at it. I'll have confidence until there's no reason to have confidence. And then when you say the judges, you may have one judge that you may have some questions about, but you shouldn't use that one person. I remember the Reverend Oliver Daly, my Bible knowledge teacher at Meadowbrook, used to say, you cannot take a selective instance to prove a general statement. You cannot take a selective instance to prove a general statement. You cannot take a selective instance to prove a general statement. What that means is that if you have one judge that's corrupt, you cannot say, well, the entire judiciary corrupt. That one judge, you have every right to say this judge, that judge is corrupt. And you deal with it accordingly. So when you say if I don't have confidence in the judges in Jamaica, I have confidence in the judiciary until I'm given reason not to have confidence in them. We have a little issue with John. I think Kevin is trying to help him out here. What is this? Young conservative? What is it? What? No, people. Let me just give you, as I said earlier, the people who are making negative comments in the chat and they don't have any basis for that. And there's one person, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, He's using the name of a male, or the person is using the name of a male. Until that person starts to, until there's cursing, you know, I let them speak, because you have to invite all to the table. We're all one. Let him in, let him come. But once he starts violating the decorum, then that's time when we just move him aside. But let him come. We have no, we're not running away from anybody's opinion. Let people come and let them speak, man. Because that's the only way you're going to educate them. If you dismiss them, then they walk away with their views, and that's the end of that. You know. Somebody said boot him out. Miracles.
But
Plus enough.
one of the things,
Go ahead,
Bradley, and the importance of John's presentation, when you look at the financial crisis and the mismanagement, right? A lot of that is Jamaica's financial difficulties from the past, which they've never been able to dig out from, was the reliance on bauxite mining, and the fact that the bauxite prices, with Mexico and Russia producing bauxite, the prices were falling, right? And with the decline in public, one of the things we learn in capitalism is that when the economy goes down, government spending increases. And when the economy is up high and employment is high, then government spending is less. In this case, we see where government spending is down and things like the bauxite mining is down, even though tourism is doing well. A lot of the tourist money is not staying in Jamaica. It's not being circulated amongst the local populace in areas where tourism is high. So there's a problem with tourism, so we can't count on that. But one thing we should be able to count on is bauxite mining. But there's a problem that comes with it, because over the decades, we've been hurt consistently in the areas of health. And now that they say there's no money to be made in the bauxite industry, we find out that certain elements of the government have contracts with the bauxite industry, and that bauxite attempts to mine it, especially mining it in areas, in protected areas, like where the Maroons are, right? They're willing to run roughshod over the Maroons in order to do it. And I would dearly love to hear John's full presentation as to where did this begin, because it seems even before 1962, before independence, we were having problems in bauxite. I think bauxite was discovered back in the 1940s and officially established as a major industry in 1950s with Alcan, Reynolds, and Kaiser. So he's going to give the audience an in-depth look at where things went off the rails. And to me, it's a huge part of our financial crisis and economic mismanagement. And the fluctuations in the prices and the global demand has not kept up. And this is why Jamaica was doomed to fail, depending heavily on bauxite as our number one industry. Right. Now, the other thing that is getting to Jamaica is lack of quality education and skills training, especially in the rural areas and among our youth. And we now see an attempt to address that using various programs like Project Star, right? But there's still a limited opportunity for work and income generation, because you have to be a skilled individual to go around and market your skills to the middle class. And that's where you're going to make money. Or market your skills to a company or to some up and coming company that gives you the opportunity to be one of their top tier technicians so you can make some money. Because things like fishing, the fishing industry is still a man in a little boat going out, diving, setting his traps and catching his fish and bringing it in and selling it. And that's still very limited. If the people were being supported, you'd have the opportunity to buy a good boat, hire different crews, and go out and do deep sea fishing and come back with a decent catch that you can market to maybe the hotels and to other restaurant establishments around Jamaica. But we're not seeing that kind of support for the small man. Matter of fact, the last time the boating or rafting was an issue, you saw the government cut up the small man boat, cut them up, and say them don't belong on the Rio Grande. And that they now are regulating the people who can actually do rafting down the Rio Grande. And that is not the way to approach problem solving in any of our industries, especially when a small man is out there hustling. So, you know, you see all these things going on and you wonder what's happening. But again, it go back to you have to have that certain political affiliation. And you have to have a certain color that you wear before the government will respect you. And we saw that right around the COVID time when they called elections. We saw who came out, we saw who got paid off, and we saw who won. But you can't say you have a mandate based on 20 to 29% of the population voting. You know, you don't have a mandate. You have people who have lost faith in the system and refuse to vote. But you know, I'm hoping John will be able to come on and lay out how much damage that the bauxite industry has created, especially in the areas of ill health. Because if you need $20 million US a year to manage the health degeneration that has occurred as a result of bauxite, then it means you have to be making a good portion higher to have the government get a cut from that and be able to pay 20 million to have people's health be restored. Not just health, but that money included restoration of the land and the development, redevelopment of the land around which the bauxite companies are torn up. And we don't see any of that stuff happening, right? So it's almost as if we're saying you can't bring the bauxite back because it is going to be injurious to the communities and it's going to be causing people to die or people to suffer long term and die because there's no money for the people. The money is for whoever have their hand in the bauxite companies' pockets. And that's more corruption we're talking about.
All right, Kevin, I'm reading your message. He said when John's ready to play the video, I'll have to add him. Can you just do that for me, please? John, are you ready?
Yeah, can you, Kevin said that you have to share my screen.
Okay. Well,
That's a question I was asking before. How do you share the screen?
no, hold on. It's right there. I just share the screen. Yeah, Kevin is gonna bring him on now. Okay.
See, people asking, John, are there any kickbacks being paid for bauxite mining in Jamaica? Are they? Maybe
All
you
right.
can.
There we go.
Oh, we have something now.
All right, Kevin, you want us?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, John.
All right, everybody can see that now, Will. Does it need to be bigger? I think it's fine.
It's fine. I think everybody can see it. Can everybody see that picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, this won't be very smooth because I've never used it before, so it might be a bit jerky when I'm moving from video to image. But yeah, so good evening to everybody. Now, I think most of our listeners know, Will, that over the last few weeks we've been talking about bauxite, and everybody knows by now what I've been saying, that we don't earn anything from bauxite. And having bauxite in the country is all based on a lie. So I've created this petition, and people can see the petition in the description. And the petition is actually addressed to MOCA, for MOCA to investigate. Because if it goes to the Prime Minister, it is addressed to him as well, but we know he's not going to do anything about it. But MOCA should do something about it because it's awash with criminality. We cannot be getting no money for bauxite. We must get something for it. So either MOCA or the Auditor General, one of them or both of them, they must investigate what's going on. Now, I said the petition not just addressed to MOCA, it's addressed to the Director General, Colonel Edwards. Can you hear me all right, Will?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, right. Now, I informed MOCA months ago in an email, along with, I said, with the Auditor General, the Integrity Commission, the Office of the Public Defender, and other public sector groups like the NIA, JAMP, Jamaica for Justice, JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust, and a host of other environmental people and journalists, and none of them have got back to me. Now, back in 2021, I informed MOCA as well about the corrupt fiscal and energy policies, because they're destroying Jamaica. That is a foundation that we're building Jamaica on a corrupt fiscal and energy policy. And Will, as you know, I sent you the documents, haven't I? And you've and you can also see in them, it's not a question of I'm pointing out where the problems are, it's also that the solutions involved in it as well. So I'm going to put up one of an easy solution that we should actually do in Jamaica. Straightforward. Bear with me. Share.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Window. Okay. Governments also obligated to fund education to the violating by reader to take and take it. I shared it. You weren't sharing, Will. Well.
All right, let me hold on. No. Hold on 1 second. Let me share.
Yeah, I started it.
There it is.
But you weren't. All right. We'll do it again. Yeah, you can see it there. Into the left.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, you remember where it says 19 US.
That's
19,
right. Yeah, you need to share that.
For two. I need to share it. Okay. All right. No problem. Hold on. Okay, there it is.
Violate human rights and redirecting funds to JPS, also obligated to fund governments are also obligated to the best of their ability. Will the JLP and PNP violate human rights by redirecting funds to JPS when solar pays for itself in 3 years and JPS gets a lot of money? Bills over $8,000 US per month appear to be the norm for larger schools, and in 2017 are again reported bills around $32,000. And the solution: invest in solar like in the US.
This is about solar, John.
Sorry. Yeah, I showed that video just to show to the people that there are simple solutions, because every week we come and we always tell the people about the problems, but there are simple solutions out there, and the government is determined that all of the solutions out there are supposed to be put into the hands of private investors. So we're talking about just out there, we're getting no money from bauxite. In the same respect, they should be protecting our resources, i.e. the wind and solar. These are investments that should be made by the people, for the people, and not put into the hands of foreign investors. Another problem we have here is our solid waste management, but I won't show that video because it's going to take a lot of time. But there are solutions. And so when we're talking about mining and this petition, by signing a petition, and if this petition goes viral, then it will also open up the door for other areas to be investigated, such as the debt. So we have the debt where the government, where Nigel Clark is telling us that the debt is decreasing, but that's not true. I had a look just the other day at the debt, and in February 2022, the debt was $2.2 trillion, and today it is still $2.2 trillion. It's only gone down by 20 billion Jamaican dollars, and yet over 380 billion has been spent. Over 380 billion has been spent in 17, 18 months for a debt to go down by 20 billion. So it's obvious that MOCA and the Auditor General needs to investigate to find out what is happening, because Jamaica cannot move forward, right? So anyway, now I'm going to move on to the bauxite now. So let me put up the first image. Well, no, I'm going to put up an image. I'm going to show you an image of Industry Pen, which is a community in St. Anne. Now this community, this mining Let's see. Well, that's you again. You need to share.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, you have to keep doing that sharing.
Okay, no problem. Okay. You there? You want me to share this?
Yep, please.
Okay.
No, it's not very big, is it? All right. This is industry pen, and Noranda started to mine there very recently, but it's mining there because the government went to court and actually lied to the court about about how much Noranda is going to pay in the bauxite levy. The government claimed for the financial year 22-23. Now remember, the financial year runs from the 1st of April to the 31st of March. Now in that period, Noranda said, and the government said that Noranda will pay 24.5 million US for the bauxite, so in the bauxite levy. That's how much they said they're going to pay. That was their projection. However, they changed that figure to zero during the year. So at the start of the fiscal year, they said they're going to pay 24.5 million, but then by January came, they changed that figure to zero. So we can see that that area there that's being mined is being mined based on a lie. But I'm going to come back to that in much more detail. Now I think we're going to have problems here. We'll move and then trying to change the images, don't you think? It's going to take up too much time.
Well, just go ahead and if unless the picture is really necessary, we'll just go ahead and just do the presentation without them.
Okay, then all right. Okay, I'll go through this then. Right. I think we all know that we have mining, and the main reason we have mining because Holness is telling the people all the time that we have economic growth and development. Now, back in 2017, he made a statement about not mining in the cockpit country. And he said that Jamaica will forgo earning billions of US. That's what he said. We'll forgo earning billions of US. Now, the problem here is that Jamaica doesn't sell bauxite. It's the mining companies that sell bauxite. So if he's saying that we're going to get billions of dollars, then that revenue must come from the bauxite companies. You with me? We don't sell bauxite, so we can't physically get the money. All the revenue we get is from the taxation of the 4 mining companies, and that taxation is the bauxite levy. So the question is then, how much are we getting for the bauxite levy? Now, back in 2021, Robert Montague said that only one company, just one company is, he used the term required. One company is required to pay the bauxite levy. That's what he said. And that company was Windalco. So that means that the other 3, Gisco, Jamalco, and Noranda, are not paying the bauxite levy. That is written in black and white, and it's also backed up in the Ministry of Finance's fiscal policy papers. Now, the fiscal policy papers are quite handy because they show you a history of bauxite mining, and they show you the projections of also bauxite mining. So in 2019, you look at I'm looking at the 23, let me put this one up. Yeah, I think the people need to see this.
All right. I'll share it. Send it to me.
Yeah, I'm going to... Yeah, well, it's there. Well,
I don't see it. Hold on. All right, let me take this one out. Okay, yeah, I see it.
excellent. Not very big. Okay, I say this is a fiscal policy paper for this financial year, 2023 to 24. And I said it shows you history. So if you have a look, you can see it's gone back to 2019 and it goes through to 2027. As you can see the bauxite levy on the fourth line down, and you can see in 2019, we got $0 for bauxite. So there's the proof for everybody wants to see it. How much did we get for bauxite? Nothing. How much did we earn that year? According to the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, we earned 814.5 million US. And out of that 814.5 million, we got zero. As you can see, the following year, we got zero. Now look at the future, 2025. We are also going to get zero that year and the following year after. That is what the government, both the JLP and the PMP, has set us up for not earning any money at all for bauxite. Now we've got these 4 years here where you see these figures. These 4 years here are payments or possible payments from Windalco, and they actually 35 million US. Now that 35 million is an arrangement between for them to pay for unpaid levy dating back before about 2017. So when they say that Windalco is paying the bauxite levy, it really isn't. What Windalco is doing is paying for bauxite that it mined in the past. So right now, all the bauxite that's been mined in Jamaica, we are not getting $1 for it. And the proof is there for everybody to see. Now I'm going to play a video of a TVJ report about Windalco and Windalco not paying, getting a blight on the bauxite levy. So let's get that video. Oops.
You want me to share it again, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. But,
okay.
This didn't move. That works. Okay.
Dollars in bauxite levy payments from Windalco over the next 2 years. Finance Minister Dr. Nadia Clark told Parliament this afternoon that the company approached the government stating that get to that, let's head to news in the mining event is to give up some $10 million in bauxite levy payments from Windalco over the next 2 years. Finance Minister Dr. Nadia Clark told Parliament this afternoon that the company approached the government stating that it needs
payroll for Windalco on an annual basis is $24 million. $24 million on an annual basis goes to 600 Jamaicans, and that is what is at risk. If the plan closes, that $24 million that comes in every year to pay Jamaicans would go to zero. And what we are giving up in order to ensure that those jobs are saved is an amount of $5 million approximately. So it's $5 million that you give up, but we keep $24 million a year of jobs in Jamaica.
Jamaica earns roughly $150 million in foreign exchange through alumina exports from Windalco. In the meantime, opposition.
Right. So we heard there that firstly, that Windalco is not going to pay, it's got a buy of 10 million US. Now, as I said before, Windelco is paying for 35 million for unpaid bauxite. So the government has got the 35 million, 25 million. So Windelco is just getting our bauxite, he said, free. Now, the other thing he said was about the wages. That's his argument now for keeping bauxite going. Now, those numbers don't make sense. He says that the wage bill is 24 million US. And he says there's 600 Jamaican workers. You divide that and do the math. He's saying that each Jamaican worker is earning 40 grand US per year. Over 6 million Jamaican dollars per year. Now, in Jamaica, I reckon there's a handful of people making more money than that. Only a handful of people are making that kind of money. So that categorically is a lie. So we know it's got to be a falsehood because a few months ago, the Windelco workers were actually on strike. They were striking. Some of them were striking because they hadn't got a payment of 30,000 Jamaican dollars for some kind of educational grant. Now, if somebody's earning 6 million Jamaican dollars, I do not think that they're going to go on strike with 30,000 Jamaican dollars. I don't think they're going to go on strike for, if they're earning $1 million Jamaican dollars, they're going to go on strike for. I mean, what do you think, Will, Herb? What do you think? If you're earning $1 million Jamaican dollars, would you go on strike for $30,000?
Not at all.
No.
You know, to me, they have to do what Michael Manley did back in, I believe it was 74. They have to reassess the industry, and they have to lay claim to how much bauxite can actually be mined safely. All right, and when they can determine that, and determine what are the overhead costs involved, then to me they can push forward with maximum effort. But right now, John, it's hard to say because we don't know how much can be mined safely. We don't even know how much is being mined. I think you said for 30 million.
Well, no, the point. What about the wages you're talking about? Do you believe that the bauxite workers are earning 6 million Jamaican dollars a year?
6 million for how many workers?
Yeah, Nigel Clark said that the wage bill is 24 million, and we've got 600 workers. You divide the figures, that gives you 40,000 American dollars per annum. The workers are earning. No, they're not earning. They said some of them went on strike because they weren't receiving $30,000 for an educational grant. If they're earning $1 million, they're lucky. So let's say they're earning $1 million. 600 workers are earning on average $1 million. That means the wage bill is going to be 600 million Jamaican, which is only 4 million US. So that means that the $24 million that Windelco pays out, 4 million goes to the worker, 20 million goes to the contractors, the people who own the trucks, and the people who actually employ the Jamaican workers to go and destroy pieces of Jamaica to get the bite. And that's a problem with bauxite mining. There's two parts to bauxite mining, as I see it. There's the first part is where you have people, the investors, and the owners of the company. They sell bauxite and they make money. That's the first part of it. The second part of bauxite mining is the ugly part, and the ugly part is what Jamaica has. It's where we destroy pieces of our environment, the land. We remove people off the land. People have been there for generations. We remove them off the land, destroy everything, as you can see behind me. We do that. And the second part of that is that we process some of the bauxite, don't we, into alumina. And when we process it into alumina, we poison the atmosphere. You have all the more dust. We have the toxic, the poisoning of the rivers, the poisoning of the groundwater, all these issues that we have. And see, this is a problem with mining in Jamaica. We bear all the cost we bear from the human rights and from the environment. We bear all the cost. And that is never costed into how viable is mining. And that's the big issue that we have with it.
Well, the biggest cost right now is still health and land reclamation, right, John?
And I'm going to show you a video now when we're talking about, if you're going to talk about the health issues and what the impact it has on. Will, can you see that?
Yeah, I'll take care of it right now. There you go.
All right. You know,
Right.
Oh dear, it doesn't want to play it. Let me try again. Unsupported. Unsupported. It's a matter.
It's a media player.
Yeah, I don't understand. Bear with me. Should play. Modern technology is not working for me. So a bad workman always blames his tool, doesn't he?
Well, it's the differences in systems. It's possible that
Somebody's asking, they said they're not understanding who set up this deal that Jamaica only receives 0 payment.
Repeat that, Will? My volume's low.
Yeah, Miss Watson is asking, she says, I'm not understanding who set up this deal that Jamaica only receives 0 payment.
Well, this is it, isn't it? We had a recent report from Jamaica, and Jamaica has nearly $104 of tax credit. I don't understand how a mining company can have a tax credit. Every year a mining company has to pay tax. If you're mining our bauxite, you can't get it for free. And this is why I said Malcolm needs to investigate, because it's impossible. You cannot be taking our bauxite, destroying the land, destroying people's livelihoods, and we do not get any benefit from it. That's why the petition is important, because the government won't do anything about it, but our anti-corruption should look into it. It's a serious issue.
Aye, 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 aye.
Why do before?
Nelda, thanks for the remarks. Big up yourself.
As close as we can't see you, and it's up there. You see where they come? We don't know what kind of chemical or where they have a release for one
You see it?
that sweet. When you smell one something and you say stink and terrible. You wake up from your boyfriend and you say to him, say, why you smell that something? I go and disinfect. You have to eat up and show disinfectant in a camera and post. They get out the scent out that you get a release from the scent. So I was sure that would be under the man's water them with clean jacket and nice cup of water. Can't go and feed the rest. Not a thing. Just mash up your plants, you crops your plant, you color, so you have get it in there, you can't get it to eat for wet. When you wake up in the morning, I'll be a wet, don't step on when I the white one and the red one. They really need to do something about the dust. They really and truly need to do something. See, we there have to do a little farming now. We saw one bed road. By the time you look at them, see the time coming out, say it does have a blow. And by the time you look at all of the bed, go just start going down clean and people look farming you can do to help yourself. A lot of whole heap. And when you call and you complain, it don't make no sense. Because when time they come, they take one sample. By the time you reach out to Alpha, by the time you reach to Alpha, they say, I don't see them those are what affected them. What affecting us? They really need to do something.
Yeah, there you have it. That's what people in Myesville have to live through. They are being poisoned. But the thing is, when I started to investigate mining, I just looked at the finances of it. I never really looked at the health issues of it. And the WHO said that there is no place that if mining is happening in the community, you shouldn't live there. That's under control. That's what the WHO said. They said there's no safe limit. You cannot live near mining. And here are some of the illnesses associated with the dust from mining. You got emphysema. Now that gives you permanent lung damage, shortness of breath, coughing, and fatigue. Now remember, these are farming communities. So if you can't breathe and you've got shortness of breath, how are you going to work? You've got pulmonary edema. Now that's liquid on the lungs, and it causes heart attacks and stroke, and it's 20% mortality from that. You get asthma. Now asthma has no cure. So if you pick up asthma as a child, you're going to have it for the rest of your life, paying for all the medication. And if you're poor, how are you going to pay for the medication? How are you going to pay for it? And they say this is a killer, that if you have a severe attack, you will die. And you certainly will die in Jamaica, because if you're in one of these mining communities, they've got no roads. So you're not going to get out there to get to an hospital quick enough. We've got no ambulances, so ambulances aren't going to come up there. I mean, I'm going to segue a bit here. Back in 2017, we only had 33 working ambulances in the entire Jamaica. 33. Now, some people in the diaspora in Britain decided that they'll send us an ambulance. So they saved up their £40,000, bought the ambulance, sent it to Jamaica, and it sat in the wharf for a year. And you know why? Because under the IMF agreement, it bore taxes. Yeah, they wanted tax on it. And so the government wouldn't pay the tax. And so it sat there for a year when we had 33, we just had 33 ambulances. And again, that is the IMF agreement. Now, we wouldn't have an IMF agreement if we had a proper constitution. And that's why it's important that we get rid of this constitution and we make sure that whatever constitution that the JLP and the PMP bring in, we reject it. It's that important, because the IMF agreement, this mining, the energy, what we have now, these policies will stay in place if we do not do something about the constitution. Now, there's other illnesses as well. You can get pneumonia, tuberculosis, and cancer as well. Now, so I went to Manchester last week, Friday, and I was talking to the people in the mining community, and they were telling me something about you get dust money. So if you live within 600 feet, so 200 yards of one of the big holes like the one you can see behind me, if you live within 200 yards of one of those, then you'll get dust money from the company. Now, I don't understand how dust only travels 600 feet, and then it just stops. I didn't know that. And the other thing is, these are dotted communities, aren't they? So there's only a few people around there who are going to be within 200 yards. That's how mean these people are. They're going to have a half a dozen people. They just don't want to pay this money. And in fact, people are telling me they haven't had the dust money for years. When you go, it's an area, when you go to these areas, you really need to see it for yourself, where they've mined the area and they've said, they promised the people that they would reclaim the land, i.e. they're going to take back the topsoil and put it back in the hole, and they haven't done anything. So all you see is just acres and acres of grassland. There's nothing on it. Some of them say it's old, so it's dangerous, but there's nothing there. Or when you go to these areas, all you can see straight away is poverty. And yet we have the government saying that we earn from bauxite. There's no, when you go there, you cannot see any evidence of us making any money from bauxite. Now, we also have Noranda, and this is where it gets really bad with the government. Now, I showed a picture of, that's industry pen behind me, and I said that they're mining in that area based solely on a lie. So I'm going to go through that in a bit of detail here now. Now, Noranda was granted a license to mine in this area. Now, what I don't understand is how you can grant a license without doing a cost-benefit analysis. You must want to find out how much money are we going to get from the mining company and how much are the costs. So that way you can weigh up whether or not it's justified. But no, nothing like that was done. They just granted them a license to mine. Now, some of the locals said, well, we don't want mining on our back doorstep. And so they took legal action. The judge said, you have definitely got a case here. We'll have the hearing in November of 2023. And no mining can take place in Industry Pen or anywhere in St. Anne until we have that court hearing. So, of course, the government of Jamaica appealed and said, no, we need mining because it's critical, that we'll suffer insurmountable losses if we do not mine. So they went to court and appealed, and somehow they won. They won this appeal. Now, this happened during the hearings were happening. The hearings took place during the financial year 22 to 23. So we're talking from the 1st of April through to the 31st of March. Now, Noranda and the government said that, okay, now the government said we will receive $24.5 million from Noranda. That's what they said they're going to have. And actually, they put that into the budget. So Nigel Clark has included this in the budget. He said that the bauxite levy is going to be 4.9 billion Jamaican dollars for that financial year. So 1.2 billion of it will come from Windalco, and 3.7 billion will come from Noranda. That is what he's put in the budget, saying that we're going to receive. Fast forward to January. There's been the 4th supplementary estimate, and in the 4th supplementary estimate, they've changed the figures where the 3.7 billion that we're supposed to receive from Noranda has disappeared. The only figure that we're going to get now, do you want to see this picture, Will?
Yeah.
Yeah? Let me get it up. Where are you? Okay, so.
Okay. Where is it? I don't see it.
Oh, no, I've got it. Oh, no, it's my fault. I'm a moron.
And let me just say that when you talk of, oh, yeah, I have it now.
No, I'm just watching this, Will. This is what you have to deal with.
No, but you're not. There it is.
All right, so you can see where I've underlined it in red, the bauxite levy. And you can see it's 1.2.
You should be able. You should be able to increase. You should be able to magnify it from where you are, from 100% to maybe 175.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, well, yeah.
All right.
Told you I'm worthless, Bill. Told you. Right.
I'm worse than you, man.
So there you can see now that
bauxite levy.
Yeah, the bauxite levy, and you can see now it's 1.2. You just say 1.2 billion. As I said before, at the start of the year, the final year, Nigel Clark had it down at we're going to receive 4.9 billion. And as you can see here, the first supplementary estimate, you can see it reduced here to 3 billion. So they've already reduced it one time. And by January, they've actually removed the 3.7 billion that we're supposed to get from Noranda. And this is it. The Noranda and the government could not go to court and tell the court that mining is critical, because they couldn't do it, because at that time, Noranda was not required to pay the bauxite levy. They hadn't paid the bauxite levy from before 2017. Sometime before 2017 was the last time they paid the bauxite levy, and they're not required to pay it. They couldn't go to court and say that, tell the judge that mining is critical, and the judge would say, if it's critical, how much money are we getting? They couldn't say zero, so they actually fabricated these figures. They fabricated them. Nigel Clark put it in the budget. I'm going to put that one up. You can see it there. There's 1.2 billion. And I'm going to find the one that Nigel Clark had. Is this it? No, not it.
You know, while you're looking for that, I have a question. Let me let you finish first.
It's there, Will.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You can enlarge it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can see their bauxite levy in the revenue estimate, and you can see they're 4.9 billion. So Nigel Clark and the Ministry of Finance and the 3.7 billion that they said they're going to get from Noranda, fabricated figure and put it in there. And then during the year, they knew full well that Noranda would never pay that money. And then, as you saw in the fiscal policy paper, which doesn't lie, that was reduced to zero. That bauxite, no, the Noranda portion was reduced to zero, and the bauxite levy was reduced, as you saw, to 1.2 billion. Fabricated figures. And this is what they've got away with it. They've got away with this, and this is why they're mining right now in Industries Pen, based on this lie. It's not acceptable, Will. How can they get away with this?
Where is it? Where's the Attorney General in all of this?
I said, I've written to everybody, Will. I've written to everybody. And nobody's responded.
Here's another question for you. This looks like it's something that should be attractive to the opposition, to raise Cain about this. Now, you said you've written to everyone. Have you written to them?
Yes, I'm sure that something was sent to the PNP, their main organization. Because I said I sent out an email about energy and mining, and that went out to numerous bodies, and I'm pretty sure the PNP were included in that. It's gone to everybody, Will. Everybody knows about it.
You know, I'm affected by this, and I'll tell you why. Growing up, my mother came from St. Elizabeth.
And share
Go ahead.
please, and continue.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, so let me just, before you say, let me just jump in. So this is the court document, and as you can see, you can read it for yourself. When Miranda said they're going to pay 35 million, and you can see the underline the half million. So they went to court. They went to court and told the judge that they're going to pay this amount of money. Now, as I said, in January, they discovered that they're not going to pay it, and yet they were in court in the appeal hearing in March. In March, they still maintained that they're still going to receive that money that you see on the screen. They went to court and defended those figures. Tell me, I mean, surely this is some kind of criminal offense that they've committed here. Surely they can't get away with that.
There's no advocate for the country, and there's no advocate for the people. And this is shameful. And the opposition, who've been keeping very quiet, I haven't heard anything out of them on this deal. They ought to be ashamed themselves. Somebody is paying good money to bad people to stay quiet. They've bought their silence. I mean, you are the cry in the wilderness, Doc, with this kind of stuff going on. The lone voice.
I was saying that I'm somewhat affected by this because my mother is from St. Elizabeth, and I used to spend summers not too far from Nain, the plant in St. Elizabeth. I still have relatives in that area, and they're sick. Young people, and they're sick from some of the symptoms that some of the diseases that John mentioned. They're suffering from some of them. Respiratory diseases. And they live pretty close to the plant.
Do they have the right to sue? And who would they sue?
Well, you know, I would make it a class action lawsuit. And so you sue everybody. You sue the government, you sue the bauxite plants, you sue everybody involved. You sue the trucking company moving the dust. You sue everybody who has anything to do with it. And let them fight their way out of the lawsuit. But more than that, I think we might be able to get jurisdiction in the US because you have some US companies involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamaica.
And I think they'd be afraid of that. I think they'd be afraid of that. So again, I can't wait for this foundation to come online because this is exactly the kind of thing that we would be involved in.
But well, you see what really concerns me about this is that I dug around and found this information, and immediately I sent it to the Jamaica Environmental Trust. Now they're the people who always make up the noise about bauxite. And their CEO, the ex-CEO, Diana McCauley, I think her name is. And she said they've been investigating mining from 2006, mate. 2006, and at no point have they ever mentioned how much money do we not get from bauxite. They've never got showed absolutely no interest in the bauxite levy. She's on record actually saying that you can see all the benefits from bauxite. You don't have to look around you, that's what she said. You don't have to look around and you can see the benefits of bauxite mining. So I lived in Moko in Clarendon, and I was there the other day. The police stations are shipping containers. Shipping containers that put the policemen in. And you're going to tell me we benefited? We benefit from bauxite. We don't have anything. There's no infrastructure wherever you go. No infrastructure. You'd expect to see roads. And the people in Manchester told me that there were promised roads. They told me there were promised roads. Nothing.
Mr. Brom, you're right. We're watching that movie. We've watched it, and it will be an inspiration for us to move forward, because the poor people who live close to these mining sites, they're having all kinds of health problems. Not to mention that they're not benefiting economically. And like John said, when we think about bauxite, we don't sell bauxite. We sell the rights for somebody to mine the bauxite. We don't have a bauxite storeroom or warehouse where we just store it and then we sell it to the highest bidder. So and I don't understand this. Yeah, we don't sell it. And we have a product that the world wants, and we just basically give it away. We give it away. And then we give it away at the expense of our people's health.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So who runs is the Ministry of Industry and Mining, or is it just NEPA?
No. You've got, of course, you've got the Ministry of Mining. You have in fact, I'm going to put up, I'm going to find one of their articles, the headline of one of their articles. Let me find that for the people to see for themselves. The criminality of this. Where is it?
Who's the minister there?
Yeah, we have the Ministry of Mining, and then you've got the Jamaica bauxite. Jamaica bauxite, all the information to mining, every last thing about mining. But again, when I've asked for this information, the information, it told me it's exempt.
Yeah, under the access to information, right? Yeah, but you can appeal to the tribunal, yeah.
And who's the Minister of Mining?
Now it's short. So,
hey John, Wellness Warrior Sophia, she's asking, what's your page? She said we need to blast this all over the internet and also call the responsible offices.
Transport and Mining. Is that VAS? Transport?
No, that's oddly short at the moment. Yeah, I have a website and I have a YouTube channel.
Please give out the information.
Yeah, it's easy actually. It's, let's build a better Jamaica. Let's build a betterjamaica.com. All one word.
Let's build a betterjamaica.com.
Yeah, just one word.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll find the links to the blogs that I've written about this. I much prefer writing than talking anyway, that's for sure. And I also been forced to make a few videos, and they can find the links there anyway. And somebody saying about the volume, they can't hear me.
Yeah. Lion, Lion, you can't hear us because I think you're the only person saying that, there's not enough volume.
I saw an interesting comment down here about Aaron Bronkovich, I think. It's a wonderful film starring Julia Roberts. She won an Oscar for it. And this is it.
Janet, welcome back. Go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron Bronkovich, which everybody should watch, a wonderful film. And she's a lawyer fighting for the people against an industrial company that's poisoning their environment and poisoning the people. And so what did she do? She went out there to find out about the health problems that people are having. She didn't go to look at the environment, because if you look at the environment and human rights, you never win. You'll never win. If you look at all throughout Africa, where they're reaping it, where they're pillaging the country, ruining the environment, you have all these NGOs and charities going down there, and that is all they talk about. You're ruining the environment. They never look, they never investigate how much do these companies pay in taxation. They never look at that, Will. Never. You can't check. Never, none of them ever check that. The most important thing is is the country benefiting? Are the people benefiting? They never look at that. And the other thing they never look at is the health issues. In that film, that's what Erin did. She went out and got all the information about how sick the people are. You can't turn up your nose, you can't turn your back when people are dying. But what do our prosecution do? Nothing. What the JET do? All they talk about is human rights and the environment. You're bound to lose, you must lose. And that is why they lost this the injunction. I told them that we don't earn any money from it. And before the appeal hearing, they knew, I told them, that Narendra is not going to pay $1. It is in the supplementary estimates. January's dated. You're in court in March, and you haven't brought this up, Will? Herb, talk to me. Tell somebody explain to me what is going on. You're the prosecution.
Yeah, the silence is deafening, and I believe that
we're talking about the prosecution here, though. Remember, Herb, this is a prosecution. We're fighting for the people. Yeah. Surely every piece of information they must use, and the most important bit of information that these companies that are paid a dime, they refuse to use it.
Yeah. Well, they do need a class action, a separate suit by the people. The government is not going to do it. It's quite obvious. And this is what we need to go after, and need to squeeze these people as much as possible to do the right things.
What are we going to do, boys? What are we going to do? People out there tell us what we're going to do. Because I said I've started this petition, and I'd like the petition to go viral, because if it does go viral, there's a chance it might get picked up internationally, and that will apply some pressure. Because we all know that when you talk about kleptomaniacs, the worst thing that they want is international attention, isn't it? Holness doesn't want international attention. That's why he's gone, as Will said, he's gone to this foray in America, and nobody's been invited because he knows eggs will be thrown at him. So he's hiding away now. He's hiding now. If this comes out that they're giving away our bauxite and killing our people at the same time, we have to find some course of action to take. We can't just leave it to a petition and hope for the best. We have to think, what can we actually do now? Because we have the facts here now. I mean, look at that. Jamaica's mining revival turns red earth into gold. People are getting rich. Look at that, people are getting rich. Very rich. Pardon?
Hedge funds.
Yeah, hedge fund, yeah. Sitting there in their bow ties or whatever in London and New York or whatever, driving around in their Ferraris at our expense. People can't farm. You've got to remember as well, people, that in these mining communities, some people had some lovely farms there. They've got a nice little house there, and they've got their acres of land where they've got their pears and their coffee, their chocolate, all of these things growing. And they've got they've got a nice little business set up. And when the mining companies come and they say, well, no, I'm not going to sell my land, but other people sell all around them. Your problem is now, as that lady said, the dust comes over and it kills everything. So you've been better off selling anyway, because you can't survive there. You can't bloody survive. You can't win.
On your webpage, John, do you have the contact information for everybody that you have requested the information release from, as well as a phone number or something like that? Because we could ask the folks who are viewing this to view your webpage and to start calling those people.
Okay, I'll put something on there tonight, so people go on there by Monday. I'll have something up on there by Monday. I'll put something, all the information there. there is a lot of information in it, and everything is well referenced.
Yeah.
But I can put a document there with all the email contacts. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. That's a good idea.
Email or phone numbers, because you need a call to action on this, right? People dying even as we're speaking, or they have a slow death. You know, and this is just crazy. You know, we wouldn't put up with this in our neighborhoods here in the U.S. And I don't know why the folks from the U.S. and from any other country that is first world would go to Jamaica and do this kind of stuff. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if the any of the other foundations like Bob Marley Foundation and stuff like that, you think they would have an interest, since they deal a lot with health clinics? Would they have an interest in running health clinics down in the areas John is referring to?
Well, yeah,
Can you share?
ask.
Can you share, please? Share that screen.
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
No problem.
Oh, this is the one with the school. Yeah, people, you need to take a look at this one.
Charlie meant in the bottom right corner.
Show them where this is a school right here.
Yeah, in the bottom right corner.
Corner, right,
High
yeah,
school
right here.
With more than 1,400 children.
And here's the pond.
Right next to the holding ponds.
And that's toxic waste, remember. Holding ponds are toxic waste.
Yeah.
And that's where you build it.
And the people passing along the North Coast Highway suck this stuff in too. That's right.
You can't get away from it.
Right.
Can't get away from it.
The P Breezy mentioned that I should get a TV license and do programs like this on the air in Jamaica. Well, P Breezy, you never know. This foundation may just take us there. Ronald B mentioned that the money is going someplace, and he suggested that in the form of bribes, and that's why you don't find politicians saying much. Somebody mentioned that the Prime Minister, he sends his children not to the regular schools in Jamaica, and also not to the regular hospitals. So when his folks are sick, they don't end up in like the Cornwall Regional. Mr. Bram said that, John, your page is not opening. And somebody mentioned about the raise, 200 to 300%. And I say, and I'll do a piece on it next week, is that what we ought to do is, because we're going to close up shop in about a half hour, what we ought to do is, you remember the politicians were saying, oh, we can't function with this, this low salary, we need more money. They've gotten 2 to 300%. 2 to 300%. What we need to do now is we need to let them know that being an MP is not a part-time job. They're getting full-time pay. So they should be on the job full-time. Things like this, they should be jumping and screaming in Parliament over it. I would want to see my MP jumping up and down and screaming about this high school, this pond being there next to the high school. But let me ask you this, John. What was there first, the holding pond or the high school?
Come on, Will. You know the high school.
Okay.
The high school been there for decades.
No, people need to hear this. People need to hear this.
No.
So where's the MP? Where's the MP in all of this? Where are the environmental people in all of this?
Nita Garvey is the MP, and her silence is deafening. Quite remarkable. Because I went to this area. I traipsed all the way from Montego Bay to Bog Walk. And I don't even drive, so I've taken public transport to get there. And so I met with the people, and there was a town hall that I spoke at. And I was wondering, I was asking, well, who's your MP? And I said, Nita Garvey, and she never said anything about it. And Will said, I went to Manchester the other day, and Rhoda Crawford, she's the MP there. And you should see the state of the roads and how bad it is. and she's somebody else. They never say anything about it because they're all caught up in this bauxite corruption. Nobody says anything about it. The TVJ don't report it properly. When I went,
the name of the high school is Charlie. Was it Charlie
Charlie
Mount?
Mount, yeah.
Or is it Charlie or Charlie?
No. Charles. Take off the S of Charles and then put Mont. CH.
Oh, Charles Mont. CHARLEMONT.
Yeah. Right.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
1400. Said I spoke to a lady and she said her daughter had breathing difficulties, shock bloody horror, and she can only go to school 2 days a week. So now you have to think about the impact on her education and going forward. So we're talking about generations of poverty now you're creating by doing this. Generations of poverty. Because you can't go there and learn, can you? You can't go to that school.
Hey, but don't forget what the Prime Minister said, right? When he said that the core of the JLP party remains the working class. And that the ultimate focus is on the working class. And that the mission of the JLP is to lift people out of poverty. Remember he said that. Remember he said that, people. And that's on tape. That's not me saying it. Those words came out of his mouth. I'm just repeating what he said. But if you disbelieve me, just go back and look at the, I think it's, what's it, this 79th or whatever, the last JLP conference which was held last year. Just go back and listen to his speech.
Here's an idea for the people to see. Very, very short. Yeah, you've got to hear this one. You can just see. Come on, play. Why don't you play? I don't understand this system, actually, I must admit. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and start it and then come back. Wait a bit.
Any other government regarding steps to protect our environment.
Okay, send it up, please. All right, there it is. All right, it's up now.
Regarding steps to protect our environment, protect our water, ensure resilience for our security, ensure security is over.
Again. That's what we have to put up with. Lie upon lie. Quite remarkable. And it's not questioned. That's what gets me. Nobody questions it. He just
Nobody
says
questions
what he wants.
him, yeah.
No, he just says whatever he wants. It's quite remarkable. I mean, what kind of country is this? No journalists we have. And then I see a few people saying about voting UIC. I don't hear Patterson talking about what I'm talking about. He's just as culpable.
Wellness warrior Sophia said, let's have a plan tonight before the program ends. And
we'll
start with the John. You said you start with the petition, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wellness warrior Sophia. Huh?
Go on, Will.
No, I was just telling her that the first thing she should do is try and get to the petition that you have up, and then check out your website.
Yeah. But so at the introduction to this, I made sure try and put something positive about something, that we have solutions to a lot of our problems.
Oh, somebody just made a correction. They said that Natalie Garvey is not the MP for Charlemont High School or the area.
No.
So the MP is Hugh Graham.
Okay, somebody told me it was her, actually. When I was there, they told me that. In fact, when I looked online, actually, I found her name come up again.
They said the MP is Hugh Graham. So
what is he, PMP or JLP? I don't know who he is.
I have no idea.
I think he's JLP. You could not have a PNP member of parliament in that area that has remained quiet. I mean, that would be worse than corruption.
Okay, you say that, Herb. I said I went to a town hall and Raymond Price spoke, and he spoke about his part of the town hall was regarding health issues. So he said he spoke for about 15 minutes, and he said about that he put together a document where he's actually testimonials from the locals. That was in June, and I've got his number, and I text him to get this information, and he won't give it to me. And the other people who were there, he's not giving it to them either. He's just disappeared off the map.
That's crazy.
Well, you can shake your head, Will, but I'm telling you, you have no idea.
I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head in disgust.
Yeah, I get you. But can you imagine being me and having to deal with these people all the time? Years and years I've been fighting for solar powered schools, renewable.
All right, let's take a call. No, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Ratty and the panelists, you know.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
You know, if the people of Jamaica deserve what happened to them, you know. You know, sorry for them, for real. Because them sit down there, and every day, every Sunday, them go to church and kneel down and say, Lord Jesus, save me, Lord Jesus. Hey, even God himself up in heaven fight. Because when we read the Bible say, you know what? When God up in heaven and Satan say, you know what, Satan, I want to run the show a little, you know what, God, I want to run the show a little bit, you know, him challenge God. And what God do? God say, hell no, Satan, you can't run yourself, you know. Because me a God, and me run the show yourself. And them cast him out of heaven. So them people that walk to church every day, them not even a follow God. Because God is a God of war. You see what I'm saying? God doesn't believe in a democracy. God is a dictator. But see them sit down there, every day, when you last night you see on the show, Jesus. Jesus couldn't even save himself. You see, what them do? Them lynch him.
So what you suggest we do? What you suggest we do? Nobody has to ask you for a suggestion.
Darwinism on a dead. If them not embrace Darwinism, them are dead. Simple.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Because divine adjudication can't save you. Divine adjudication can't save you. If you don't implement an economic change, reorientate your shopping habit, buy black. That is one way. Jamaica is 98% black. Reorient your shopping habit and develop a black money class, because it's economics run politics. It's not politics run the thing. It's economics. You see what I'm saying? The man them want the money down there, pay off the politician and say, yo, more you do this for me. You see what I'm saying? You know? So if we don't implement an economic program where we reorientate the shopping habit and develop a money class where we can change the policy, or to like where Mao Zedong say, him say political power come out of the barrel of a gun. So I'm saying, because all this, make we sue them, make we do this, they must sit down and laugh. Because them know say, them people they have to dislodge them out of there.
So you're saying they're advocating for an overthrow then, a coup?
This what me in Nigeria.
No, me just ask you. Me know what them, but me just ask you. So.
That's going to take, you know.
Okay.
That's going to take my brethren.
Okay.
Because them are all the people with, you know. Them are the people them on the barrel of a gun. You see? Them are the people them on the curfew every day. And a so every day. And that can't solve crime, because the conditions were caused, create the conditions that cause crime. You see what I'm saying? Them create the condition, the economic condition cause crime. Look, it's like you have 100 rats in a box, and you put food in there for 10 rats. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen?
Yeah.
And that's why in Jamaica. But I'm say all them I do, I sit down there and I talk about when Jesus will come, always I can get rapture. Hey, when I got dead. You see? So, you know, I'm not sorry for them, my brethren. For real. You don't have to feel it. Because, yo, what I'm saying, when all else fail to organize the people, conditions will. I want to take care of my brethren.
All right, my brother. Thanks for your viewpoint. Take care now. The petition for John's petition is on the. It's on the. John petition is on. It's where is it, John?
In the description, isn't it? If it's
It's
on
in the
YouTube,
description. Yeah,
it's in the description.
Yeah. So, folks, if you go to Reason with Rattigan on the YouTube, it's in the description. It's in the description section. All right. Somebody just call again and okay. Oh, Peter Brown said, remember Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow at 4:00, people. On YouTube. Check that out. Very nice program. Topical issues, interesting panelists, and really, really nice discussion. And then tomorrow night at 7, we have Wayne Lonesome's regularly scheduled town hall meeting. I've been missing for a few weeks, but I'll be back tomorrow alongside Herb and Maria with Lonesome. So check us out tomorrow. We have about another 15 minutes to go. Anybody wants to call and share their viewpoints, they can go ahead and call it.
Well, make sure you talk about this tomorrow, please. Make sure you talk about this issue tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
Please do.
All right.
I would say, John, we have to firm up the call to action on the website. Have people to call and write. Everybody in our chat room right now should be calling or writing. I wish we could put out this stuff in the chat. Can we put out anything in the chat, Will, as far as the I think J.C. Hutchinson is the minister, MP rather, for that area, according to what somebody was saying. Because remember, Hugh Graham quit the PNP party. He quit about maybe 6 months ago. So the question is, who did they put in this place?
What was that, Herb? Sorry.
No. Hugh Graham had quit the PNP.
Oh, okay. I don't know who's there. We can find that out though. And somebody, one of my UIC friends said something that the TV license will never be granted under the JLP or PNP because they're afraid of being held accountable. A UIC government welcomes your TV license because the UIC is anti-corrupt. That's an interesting viewpoint, Milton. Something worth discussing. But I don't know how viable a party the UIC is for the next election. I don't know how many candidates they're fielding. I know it's not a full slate, but
well, maybe they are to run on environmental issues. That might bring their popularity up.
Herb, did you say you couldn't get into the website? Did you say that as well?
Somebody said that.
Somebody else said that.
Yeah.
Give me the URL again, John.
Let's build a better Jamaica.com. Let's build a better Jamaica.com.
Mr. Brown, please let me know if you're, able to.
I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, there it is.
We need to put.
There it is right there.
Ratty, can you put that out in the chat?
It's in the chat already.
Oh, it's in the chat already? Okay.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Because, okay.
Gypsy girl, you don't think they will give me a TV license? All right. Never, right? Okay.
Well, if we have enough people donate, we can, in fact, apply for the TV license. You don't get much to run it. You can run it from a single room. like community.
Ronald B make a good point. Him said this month is Marcus Garvey's birthday and not much is being made of it. You know, we see. I've seen some things, but
Yeah, I have as well.
Karen Archer, thank you, but I don't see as much as we really should. Here's another call coming from this one is coming from New York. Caller, welcome and go ahead, please.
Hello, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Yes, I'd like to tap in on the discussion about the bauxite situation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I'm from the Alexander Water Valley here. And the bauxite has been there from in the 70s, and they mine those areas. And up to this point, they haven't backfilled any of the areas, or they might backfill a few. Now, the destruction that they caused in that area is uncountable. That area was a farming area, a lot of fruit trees, and during the clearing of those lands to do the mining, they destroyed those trees, and they haven't planted any. There's no tree replanting in the surrounding. So we are not benefiting from the backside, and I think it's full time they pull some from Jamaica.
All right. Well, that's an observation. Do you have a question for John?
No, I don't have a question at the moment. I will go back and put in my question.
Okay, so you just wanted to make a comment about bauxite issues
the
in your area.
Yeah, the destruction of the surrounding.
Where is he? I didn't hear. Where?
Okay, so
No, caller. John is asking where exactly the neighborhood you mentioned. Where exactly is it?
In St. and in Alexandria.
Oh, Alexandria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Water Valley, Findica, and even traveling in the region is going to 9 Mile region. Where no.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Take care now. Caller, welcome. Go ahead, please. We don't have much time.
Yeah, evening, Mr.
Yeah, my brethren from Barbados. Go ahead, man. Talk to me. Recollected.
Station in Jamaica under indigenous status, and you don't need a license from the government.
Listen, do me a favor. Can you start over? We'll miss like the first few seconds of your statement.
Yeah, you can set up a radio station or a TV station in Jamaica without a license from the government under indigenous status.
Okay.
Yeah, because the maroon, our radio station, and they're functioning without a license from the government.
All right. Well, I'll look into that. Maybe you can send me some more information on that, you know?
Yeah. If you could send me an email, I could send you a document.
Give me your email. What's your email address?
All right. When I come off of the call, I will type it in the WhatsApp, and I could send you a document. The document name, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People.
I've heard about that document. I don't remember reading it, but I've heard about it. All right. Well,
yeah, I have a copy I could send you.
All right. Well, send that to me. All right. I'm gonna take a call now.
Yeah. You'd have to send me your email though.
Yeah. All right. We talk, man. Come in over here, man.
All right.
All right, my brother. Pick up yourself. Listen. A very devoted supporter of the program says governments across the world give corporations tax credits as an incentive to operate in a particular area to advance the economy, such as providing employment, education, healthcare, etc. However, the question should be, what is the incentive for the tax credit and how has it benefited the economy? And I think, John, that's one of the things we're talking about. We don't see where there's a benefit to any of these communities. Hold on one second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Mr. Rattigan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I am good. I'm calling to tell you to use a vaporizer with some eucalyptus oil.
Sorry, didn't hear you.
For your sickness, for your cold, use some a vaporizer with some eucalyptus oil while you're sleeping. You breathe it into the air.
I must take care of what?
For your cold, your sickness,
Oh.
A vaporizer. If you
Joycelyn
don't
Williams.
have a vaporizer, just
Big up
put a
yourself,
pot on the
Joycelyn.
fire.
Yeah,
Put
go
a
ahead.
pot on the fire with
Uh-huh.
some eucalyptus or some peppermint in it and just put a towel over your head and steam.
No, try that though. Because I have a program tonight and I can't afford for sick because a lot of people got to pay the pocket.
And if you have a vaporizer, you can use what you're using.
Eucalyptus oil, Catherine, some of you use. Well, now, I'll me down, man. Some of me feel like me going to a bomb yard. Everybody give me different oil.
And don't forget that little ginger and tea, that honey and some always good.
Okay. And now, man, so I must get somebody boiled for me now so that when we finish the live, we can
Right.
do it. Yeah. Big up to Marcus Garvey. Happy birthday, rest on, Ilian.
Yes, and greetings to Dr. Lennon, Herb, and yourself. Keep up the good work.
Oh, Dr. Lennon. Yeah, Dr. Lennon can hear you. And Herb can hear you.
On the topic of the bauxite,
What was that?
on the topic of the bauxite.
Yeah, Dr. Lennon is here. He's our resident expert. You can ask him any question.
With regards to all of his hard work and the disadvantage of the people in Jamaica, the people who are exactly too sick, I strongly recommend a long-term class action, multi-generation lawsuit. It's going to take time, but it's worth doing. It
Okay.
will really fall under the heading of reparations as well.
Okay.
Tell him to continue to do the work.
Yeah, he's listening to you. Thank you so much for the call.
Thank you.
Okay, and in time, you can always address it legally.
All right. Thank you so much.
All the best to you, and I hope you feel better. Okay?
Thank you so much. Take care now.
Take care of yourself.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'll certainly try and do that. I mean, I feel like I'm going to bomb you because I get so much oil, herb, peppermint oil, this oil. I'm going to try all of them, you know. I'm going to try all of them. Trust me, people. I'm going to try all. Maybe not at the same time, but I'm going to try all of them. Hold on. Yes, good afternoon. Good evening. How are you?
Hi. I'm fine, and I noticed that you're not sounding so good. Well, I hope your voice lasts out, for the rest of the evening.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, we have a program to do tonight.
worries.
Go ahead, please.
No worries. So my thing is like, what's the end game? What's the consequences of, all this corruption that we're seeing? And I'm sure, just your opinion, the difference between like first degree and second degree crime is the thought of premeditation. Now, wouldn't you agree that corruption takes all sorts of premeditation for them to like cover up? It takes all sorts of forethought, afterthought. So then likewise, the consequences should be severe, and we're not, with the consequence, we should not just be simply satisfied with just being with them being sorry. Like you said with the FBI, things should always follow the legal conclusion. So I think that once the things are presented, in the judicial system, then things should follow the legal course, because we know what corruption is like. You said, like salt water, the more they drink, the more they'll get thirsty.
They get. Right.
Right. So at this point, even with Kamina, like what would sorry mean at this point? I mean, sorry that that they got caught, that they won't do it again, or sorry to leave me alone. So at this point, sorry is not, not going to be like something that we're going to accept. Sorry would only come if prior to exposure, they say that, okay, we're going to give back the money and try to undo the damage, and these corrupt politicians should be banned from any public service. So that was what my thought is. That's the consequence that I think what the one Jamaica should do, all the way to its legal recourse. Let the chips fall wherever they lie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. Much appreciated.
No,
I want everybody to know that this one Jamaica thing, is for all the way. It's not my thing. This thing is bigger than me. Much bigger than me. I'm just one person who's involved in it. But this is for all of us. Right? Because all of us, most of us at least, we're suffering in one way or another, some form or another, because of corruption in Jamaica.
You having
So
feedback.
this is for all the way. Hold on a second. Yes, sir. Good evening. How are you?
Good night, sir.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Yeah, how you doing? You on your panel?
Oh yeah, we're moving and grooving.
All right. What I wanted to ask John about is how much of that money, the mining money, goes to the King of England?
John?
I don't think.
Yes.
I have no
I was
idea.
asking that.
I have no idea. It's the mining company
like
get
that.
the money.
Is he there?
Yes, he's listening to you. He's answering you.
Yeah, I believe it's only
Yes,
the mining companies get the
So
money.
somebody's mic is open. I think there's a mic open.
Or is it your headphone? On?
Yeah, go ahead.
Headphone on.
Hello, John.
Yeah,
Yeah, John. The question was how much of the. Do you know how much of the mining money ends up in England?
To the king, yeah.
To the king.
I don't think any. Actually, I've never investigated. I
Because
think the mining companies.
It's always
the mining companies get the money, and the mining
okay.
companies
The
one
Minister of Finance,
in England.
the Minister of Finance, have to give an account to the funds, all the funds that collect and where the fund goes. So he can give an account for that.
Yeah, but he doesn't get any. That's the problem,
So
isn't
that's
it?
one of the things you need to find out.
Say, bauxite,
Hello?
we earn revenue from bauxite, or should earn it from the bauxite levy, and none of the companies are paying the bauxite levy.
Rattigan.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm calling from the Bahamas, and I already
Yeah, you
watch
have
your
a
program,
device
man.
turned up because we're getting a feedback, a serious feedback.
Yes.
Turn it down, please.
Okay, just a minute.
Yes, Miss Lee, I'm going to deal with that eucalyptus thing there later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things I have a concern about, because don't forget now, the king still own the land.
Yeah, somebody was.
Hello.
Yeah. I think just because it says Crown Land, I don't know if the king is the rightful owner. I think it might be the government of Jamaica. There's a young lady from Arnett Garden who called us a few weeks ago, and she explained all of that to us. I don't remember the explanation, but it was. I do remember that she was saying it's not owned by the monarchy. Just because it says Crown Land, it's not owned by the monarchy.
Yeah, but I think it is a three-part situation, because I know there's a portion of the land owned to the government, and then a portion of the land which is just left there as crown land. So it have to be owned by somebody.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that. And again, each one will teach one. And so we're depending on you, since you raised the issue. If you can look into it and come back and let us know what's going on and make us all smarter because of your research and your inquiry, that would be greatly appreciated. And big up yourself in the Bahamas. Tell everybody in the Bahamas, say, they are live every Saturday, and them for check her out, and we're on live at midnight tonight, all right?
Yeah. Yes, man. All right. Thank you, and big up yourself too as well.
All right. Thanks a lot. All right, folks. Well, I have to go rub down. Let me turn off the phone before I get another call. I have to go rub down now and go do some steaming. I have to go use the eucalyptus, the peppermint, and what's this? Olbas, and a couple other. I think somebody must know her. Somebody must have said don't use them. Lime, lemon, and honey, and a whole bunch of things. All right. Well, listen, folks. Tune in tonight at midnight. I will feel better. I promise you. And then tomorrow we have Waterhouse Vibes at 4 o'clock. That's on YouTube. Waterhouse Vibes. And then at 7 o'clock we have Wayne Lonesome's regularly scheduled the town hall meeting with her, Maria, myself, and of course the host Lonesome. So until next week, we have a lot of topics that we have to flesh out between now and then. And I don't think we're done with the mining piece yet, John. I think we still have to come back and do a little bit more on it, so that people break it down, I think, a little bit more. And I think next week what I'll do, if we have to do it, I'll try and share the stuff share the information from my computer, and just put it up, and then you can explain, and then we'll go from there.
All right.
All right, Catherine, take care of yourself. Everybody, See you later. Take care. Thanks for tuning in. Bye bye.
Thanks, bye.
Gentlemen,
Peace, everyone.
we'll talk soon.
Yeah, that's problem.
All right.
Right up.